following story may feel familiar. It will likely not end happily. The people described will likely suffer in their desperation, but they will all be important before the end. Welcome back to the dark future.
This is David Johannesson for N54 News. Today, we bring you an update regarding the story of the destruction of Secure Corp's Night City headquarters. Thankfully, the facility was empty at the time of the explosion that echoed through the nearby district. The only known casualties were several NCPD officers who were responding to an alarm at the time of the explosion. As always, N54 sends our deepest sympathies to the families of those who have been impacted by the death of these officers. Whether the alarm was due to the damage done to the facility's main reactor or something else remains unknown, and the damage that the facility has sustained will prove the biggest challenge in discovering the truth of the situation. As always, we will keep you updated as we hear more on the story. Stay tuned. In other news this week, the infamous club owner of the Inferno, Royal, has been taken to NC Medical in critical condition after suffering what appears to be a large caliber gunshot wound. The gunman has not been located yet, and NCPD spokespeople have yet to comment on the situation. Royal has gained notoriety in recent months as the Inferno has been in the spotlight of several NCPD investigations over the past year, and the Fixer's relationship to Rex Royale has raised questions around his potential involvement with the incident at NorCal Military Base several months ago. We will continue to bring you updates to this story as we have them. Stay tuned.
Oh boy, hello everybody, it is me, Emmerron, and you are here. That means you're watching us either live or on YouTube for our newest episode of Neon Inferno. So this is episode 6 of season 2. Welcome everybody. If you are catching up and you have suddenly been recommended this by mistake, you can go back. We have the whole of season 1 and all of our previous season 2 episodes in a playlist. You can find that either below this video or on my channel page. But hello everybody, it's good to be here. It's a good Monday night. I was telling the crew beforehand, this is one of the first gigs in a while that I've been able to actually think through and plan out and get all prepped before we are starting, so I'm not kind of half-assing it this week. I've actually got a plan, so for once I'm not improvising. But we have everyone here with us tonight. Cody, I think, was just finishing getting set up, and Ghost was grabbing some coffee when I went to the intro. But it's good to have all of you with me. Hello and welcome.
Good to be here. It's good to...
Oh boy!
I stole your line.
I don't want to talk about it.
I was gonna say, I realized that if my picture looks wonky on the game side of things, it's because I think you edited my picture when you got it originally to fit the dimensions.
I can send it your way. But yeah,
I'll fix that mid-game or something if I have to.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you here in just a second. But yeah, let's go over to the game screen real quick here, and we can get tonight started. So slightly less stuffy tonight. Nice. Yeah. Hey, that's the goal. So let me It's the pro TM himself, Emmerron. Hello, Nyla. Welcome. All right. But yeah, real quick, we're getting everyone pulled up. And actually, no, Cody, I think that one looks good. That one looks good. I think everything looks good on my end for that. Connor, you will need to update your little Fugi Tech thing, though.
It looks on mine on Matchlighter.
I see.
Oh, but
after and then on mine.
Fugi Tech. Yeah.
Mhm.
No. You're right.
Yeah, it's all good. So hello everybody. So real quick before we get started, I did see a couple things in the start, the lead up here. Walrus Man, thank you for the Prime, and Alan, thank you for the follow. Welcome everybody. And if you are new to our channel, well, welcome. It's good to have you with us. Here we play a lot of Cyberpunk Red, like a lot. This is kind of the only thing I do most of the time, or talk about it, as the last couple days have proven with the release of Interface Volume 3. So, but yeah, let's get the show on the road then. So you guys are gonna have about a week's worth of downtime. I know several of you, several of you may have a little more free time than others. Some of you may need to let your wounds heal. I know Celsius, you in particular, took a little bit of a hit at the end of the last session. So yeah, let's probably begin there. So as far as downtime goes, let's start right to left here. Unless Connor, you need more time to think about what you'd like to use your
That
time
is,
for.
dude. It's every time.
If you need time,
You always start right from left, and it's always me. I just think it's crazy though, all the same.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably just how you get organized in Discord, because that's how Fugi spits your images out to me. So
Yeah.
if you don't know what you want to do, I can do the other direction though. That is totally
Go ahead and do the other direction if you don't mind.
beautiful. Ghost, what do you want to do for the week of downtime you're gonna have here?
It's actually been a minute. Let me scan over my gear real quick.
Yeah, no worries. And Chad, I'll be eating a little bit here too, because I didn't get a chance to fully eat dinner before the stream started. So forgive me for eating on camera.
I think I'm just gonna cook. Well, no, I still have one of those, and I still have 3 of those, so I'm still kitted enough on my nades. I want to try and do something new. I think I'm gonna try and start replicating my own synth coke.
Okay. I mean, the good news is that that's a pretty common street drug. So, unless you're making your own touches to it, like making, corner store brand synth coke ain't so difficult for you to make. But if you're looking to make your own improvements, then that's obviously invention.
Mm-hmm. I think I want to stick with basic synth for now. I can flip that, and I know a few people on the team will probably be happy to have a local source of it.
Just a couple.
Beautiful. LCC's already the critically acclaimed BD MMORPG Elflines Online. Beautiful. I love it. Okay, so if you want to synthesize it, I mean, it's cheap as fuck. It's like 20 eddies a dose, so that means you really, I believe, to create something, you only need eddies equivalent to half, or to its price category below it. So that means you only need like 10 eddies worth of materials, and I think it's like an hour of your time to make synth coke. It is very time efficient. So let's go ahead and have you roll me a fabrication check with basic tech.
Fabrication expertise with basic tech.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
How? On a 2?
It's super easy.
I love tech at rank 5.
Isn't it great?
So yeah, you spend like an hour producing a nice, just a regular dose of synth coke. Just like the dealers make all throughout the city. It's, standard formula, nothing you're doing that's fancy. It kind of feels a little beneath you almost to be making this. because you're used to doing your boutique shit where you're like having people trip and see demons. But this is like, wow. When was the last time you just made a street drug? That is not something you've done for a bit.
Okay. I think you added some extra context to that. Thank you for the idea. So he's going to rail that one dose of basic crap that he made, just as a spark of energy and inspiration. And I'm going to spend the rest of the week synthesizing and basically combining blue glass into synth coke so that it's got an extra kick that people won't see coming.
Ooh, okay. Fun. So let's go with invention. Both of these are pretty cheap. So we'll say the resulting drug is worth 100 eddies. So this should only take a day to invent, provided that you roll high enough on the invention check. So it'll be invention expertise with basic tech.
Incoming.
Oh, easy. Yeah, you blow that right out of the water. So yeah, you find the perfect way to kind of cut and combine the two drugs together. So tell me, what are the benefits and drawbacks of this newly melded hell drug, honestly?
It is essentially meant to act and almost look exactly like synth, except it's blue, of course.
Sure.
And it's just going to be his own personal blend, and it's just going to add in the effects of basically also dosing yourself with blue glass. So it's not meant to be the super crazy trip out barrage, but you're definitely there's gonna be a little bit of vision going on with your extra kick of energy.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair. So then, are you looking then, I assume, to make doses of this throughout the remainder of the week?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will need then, let's see. Let's call it, have you roll five more checks like that.
5 fabrication basic.
5 fabrication basic, and it'll just need 50 eddies worth of materials each time.
Do you want to simplify the books and we'll write off whatever precursor I still had left over?
Because how much precursor was it that you still had left over?
Because I remember pulling like 3 barrels and I went through a barrel, maybe a barrel and a half. And that was doing the like more expensive actual nade stuff. I just kind of want to clear the books of it, simplify it all.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Totally, that works for me.
Cool. Fabrication basic. I wish there was like a multiplier on this, like you could set up the fab roll and then say repeat 5 times.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Honestly, on that roll, I'm not going to make you repeat the others. I'll just let you use the time. That's fine. You've proven to me that you're like, yeah, so you get that formula together, and then yeah, it's like you definitely got that inspiration going. The rest of the week, tripping or not, you are like on that cook grind. Basically, you just making batch after batch after batch. So yeah, we will give you 5 doses of what are we calling this particular blend?
Synth blue.
Synth blue. Got it. All right. Let me create an item for you here. It is a drug. It is called Synth Blue. All right. And I can change the icon on this to look like... let me see. Yeah, we'll have it look like synth coke, because you said the goal is to make it look like synth coke, just not behave like it. And then
It's still gonna do synth coke things. It's just once you get that synth coke high and you think you're about to start popping off, your brain is gonna start popping off.
and then blue glass. There we go. Just so I have both of their effects up on my screen here. And let me see if it'll let me copy this. And then...
Oh, and just so that I can get out of the way while you're getting that sorted, I'm a roll the resist drugs torture for the homebrew synth coke that I made and took before
Yeah,
making all my new stuff.
it's a DV15 to resist.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Got a
easy,
17.
easy win. Yep, totally. And then, did I? Oh boy. And then beautiful. Okay, I love how the primary and secondary blue glass are the exact same thing. Accordingly, save.
Yep,
Cool.
it's basically at first you're intending on that to happen. The problem is when it stops is when it won't stop happening.
Right. Man, I'm seeing shit. All right, cool. So I added, so it'll be 5 doses of synth blue to your inventory there. So
Thank you.
you've got that. Awesome. And yeah, obviously any IP spend you want to do, you can do it. But
Let's pump evasion. If I want level 7, that's 140, right?
140, yep.
Hey, if you can skip me next and head to Maya, I'm gonna do something really quick, all right?
Yeah, totally, no problem.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, that'll finish Blue's week. Maya.
Okay. So let me make sure I don't have any gear I need to repair or anything. I still have the shitty other person's grenade launcher, but that's whatever. Okay, so actually the first thing I want to do is I want to message Crash.
Okay.
I'm gonna message her and be like, hey, I need a personal favor. Just because it's not a job doesn't mean I won't pay you in Ed's favor or tongue, but I need some help.
And she responds back, depends on the favor. I've got, my friends are still kind of settling into things, so I'm a little busy, but yeah, I mean, if I can make the time, I'd happily help you. What do you need?
Just net cruising, nothing physical. Our fixer, Paradox, I don't like him. He's talking all this good shit about helping the cause and freeing the people, and I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. We don't really know anything about him, and I want to change that. And I was hoping you could help us out with it, even if it's just like there's this server in this building in the part of the city that has info that you could find on him. That would be more than enough. We just need leads to go off of.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see what I can find, and I'll contact you later in the week here, because it's probably going to take me a couple days between what else I've got going on and, usual shit. So, but I'll have a look, see what I can find, and I'll get back to you.
I appreciate it. Kissy face emoji. I'm obviously I'm gonna send her that text on the first day of downtime.
Yeah, no, that's what I would have expected. Absolutely.
And then I'm trying to think.
Roll
what else
for her real quick. Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, it's not bad. All right, go ahead.
And then I'm trying to think of what else I can do to try and find information on him.
Well, the usual methods would be you could use library search to hunt the data pool if there's records of him or anything. You could go by streetwise, which would kind of give you a sense of what do you know on the street about this guy. You could even do local expert, which would be local rumors or information pertaining to him.
Okay. Let's start with I'll talk to the funny robot lady in my phone and ask her if I can even just find out because I know vaguely it was mentioned that he came from a star scraper, what fucking corporate star scraper he was from or where he went to school or literally anything I can find on him.
Sure. So
that's what I'll ask the funny robot lady in my phone for.
Definitely, yeah. Roll me library search. Let's see what we got. Okay.
Not terrible.
That's not terrible at all. So, there's maybe less than you would have hoped for, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing. So from the records you're able to find, the handle paradox is a relatively new one. It's not something that has a ton of history as far as like being a fixer with a rep inside of the city. Outside of maybe the last year, 2 tops, you can see like records where people were mentioning someone going by the handle as of like 2 years ago, starting to make deals. But like the paradox that you work for and can like know for certain that that's the one they're talking about, those records start about a year ago. And one of the older rumors that, again, you're not sure if this is the same paradox or not, but they talk about a paradox that used to work for, or that he used to work for, have some attachment to Biotechnica. Trying to deal in some kind of project that they were working on, but the details that they were able to get were pretty vague. And when your paradox's records kind of start, like where it's him and there's not really any kind of guess as to whether it is or not. A lot of his earliest notes were people saying, yeah, man, I mean, he's got some big thing out for like AgriCorps, Food Corps. Seems like every other gig that the street gets from this guy has something where he's tipping over Corpo transports, pulling in food, pulling in like some of it's really gong shit like seeds. Who the fuck uses seeds for anything, man? Unless you're one of them weird rooftop gardeners. That's like a one-way ticket to getting your shit burned to the ground. It's like that kind of talk goes on for a while, until about 6 months ago, just before the Inferno. And that's where you have like a couple of people talking about rooftop gardens that he had a hand in helping to create within the old combat zone. And some of them you maybe even know about. One of them actually is on top of the Kabuki building. So like these are places, they're like one of the few remaining stable sources of food for the district. And so you are learning, he at the bare minimum had a hand in that. As far as like education, his real identity is not something you find in this search. Where originally he kind of crawled out of, anything beyond like a rumored kind of connection to Biotechnica, that seems to be kind of as far as you get. That, and he does appear to have some knowledge of agriculture because he is able to, maintain these rooftop gardens pretty well. It's actually something that's gained him, it looks like, quite a bit of his authority within the district.
Okay, so I'll actually, once I figure that out, I'll message Crash and be like, looks like he's got a pretty strong tie to AgriCorps and possibly Biotechnica. So it may help to narrow your search down to those areas.
Yeah, no, I got a couple contacts. I'll see what I can do.
Wicked. Okay. And then good bit of info. So you said he had a hand in establishing the rooftop garden on top of the Kabuki building, the one I live in.
Yes, yeah. So the building you live in has one on top, and that was one of the ones he had a hand in creating. There are several throughout the district, though. And they're like, them because that's probably where you get a decent amount of like supplemental food and things, is from the people who help run those gardens.
Okay. For the garden, would there be like a head garden? Like, who would Paradox have worked with to establish the garden? Because I wanna talk to them. I wanna have a conversation with them.
Sure. So he does.
Would that be Michiko herself?
Michiko.
Danger Gal, because this is the Kabuki building's the Danger Gal building, isn't it?
So no, the Kabuki building. You're thinking of where Electo was living. Where Electo was living was the Danger Gal like apartments, but those are way up in like Little Europe. They're not anywhere near where you guys live. The Kabuki building is an old casino that it's been out of business like as a proper casino, right? Regulated and run by any kind of corporation or major body, but the casino still sees gambling. People still go there for a good time. The bar still has drinks. It just now that, is pretty much being handled by the building itself and some of the residents that live there, rather than it being like a corporation. So, a little bit of communism meets gambling. That's all.
Okay.
So at the rooftop, the way that the old combat zone is kind of broken up is in these like really small fiefdoms, and they kind of answer to a single fixer or gang. And Paradox happens to control, especially after like some of what you've helped him with, he seems to control kind of the largest block of stuff. And so a lot of the people that are working the rooftop gardens or any of these gardens that he set up are either people who kind of manage the building or someone that they've hired to help manage those things. But they usually have like some kind of either structure or office near the top floor of the building that you would probably be aware of. That because you may have even gone up there before yourself to like get some of the food, because they also kind of handle all those deals.
Okay. So I want to go up there and talk to whoever's in the office, but I want to specifically bring Matchlight with me because he's also interested in this, and also he's better at talking than I am.
Fair. All right. So the guy you're going to be talking to is a dude by the name of Green Thumb. Somewhat
Green Thumb?
appropriately. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, and Matchlight, you're good with going up with her to have this conversation?
Yep.
Beautiful. All right. So yeah, you both go up, knock on the door, and Green Thumb, unsurprisingly, you could see like his door has like, unlike some of the other ones where it's very much like, whatever was there when this hotel kind of was shut down. His has been kind of repainted. It's got like a small like green leaf motif kind of put over the top of it. So as you knock, he opens up, and it's a really tall, dark-skinned guy wearing what you're sure have to be some kind of NUSA like military issue mirror shades or something. Like they look really nice, if a little dated. But yeah,
Okay.
he opens up wearing a tank top, and he just says, yeah, what can I help with?
And so I'm gonna just start off and be like, "Hey, sorry, I live here in this building, and I've been having a couple questions. I work in do a lot of like with polymer printing and stuff like that, and for defense purposes, specifically explosives. And I was just kind of curious, how like the fertilization and stuff works up here, and like what you use to fertilize the crops. And basically, what I'm trying to do is I want to like engage in a conversation with him, like the conversation skill check, where I just kind of want to talk about where all the funding for these plants are going for, but I want to specifically mask it as if I'm just trying to get information about fertilizer, because fertilizers can be used for explosives.
Oh yeah, no, believe me, I'm aware. So yeah, go ahead and roll me a conversation check. Let's see.
Could I do demolitions if I pass it to get a complimentary +1?
I mean, you're to augment it, sure. Roll me demolitions first, then, if you're looking to get a +1 off that. Hell yeah. Okay. So yeah, that'll definitely be enough. Like that tells him like, yeah, you kind of know what you're talking about. So yeah, now roll the conversation check with a modifier +1.
Okay. Oh, that's good because I'm suffering from Smash withdrawal, so I have a -2 on it already. So I'm gonna put 1 luck into that just to even it out.
Even it out, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Hey, not too bad. And he looks at you and like, you know, he's a little like his eyebrow goes up a little bit as he hears you kind of talking about the fact that like you do explosives and stuff. He says, I mean, you know, we sell the stuff that we make to the residents. I don't know why you need to know about, you know, the fertilizer and shit. Like some of it we just, you know, compost and use the scraps of whatever isn't viable anymore. Some of it we, you know, get from ties through fixers in the district to outside corporations or nomad tribes. Like, just depends.
Wait, fixers help? That seems a little below their standing, from what I understand about them.
Not in this district. How else are we going to get food? The corporations cut us off from the rest of the city. So we got to do with what we got. They eat like anyone else. And we provide them their food half the time.
Like what kind of? I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Just when I think about like fixers helping the community, I usually imagine them killing booster gangers. I don't really think about how would they even help with like a garden like that or anything.
I mean, we need seeds.
Yeah.
We need gardening equipment. They need to locate water that's not completely radioactive, which is getting harder and harder to do these days, unfortunately. You know, that all the usual kind of shit. Logistics. That's their specialty, and that's what we rely on them for.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Seeds. I mean, I guess I was gonna say seeds don't grow on trees, but I guess they literally do. I'm not a botanist. I don't know how this shit works. But yeah, there's not a lot of seeds left over, huh? I guess they'd have to probably get them from.
I mean,
yeah.
like, you know, it's usual.
What's
shit.
weird because we're around here, obviously, so we know a few fixers. We do some favors for some, but I can't think of any who have like anything to do with sustainability and gardening. You know, like
Captain Planet the
Carpet
Fixer.
saying,
I've never met him.
right? Yeah. Who's your fixer, if you don't mind me asking?
Roll me conversation, Connor.
Fortunately, you're a lot better at conversation than I am. And also, you're not hungover on Smash.
Hmm?
Ooh.
He says, "Oh, I mean, you know, what other fixer would we use but Paradox?"
Oh yeah, Paradox. I've heard of him because he's kind of spearheading a lot of this kind of stuff, huh?
I mean, yeah, half the district probably owes their gardening to him. He got us started, I know, with a bunch of gear and seeds. But yeah, I mean, now that we got it running, we, you know, harvest some seeds with every so often when we are harvesting, we keep some of the crop so we can reseed the fields, and that seems to be working pretty well. So whatever
I just
seeds
wouldn't think
got
you would
us-
care about something like that, because like, you know, every single time I hear people getting hired by Paradox, it's usually just to raid some factory or something like that, and you know, take survivors if you want, that kind of thing. What's his angle, do you think? Like, what does he want out of hoping? Is he just kind of trying to get things to a better place? Like, is he a true altruist by your estimations, or do you think he's playing an angle for himself?
True altruist, sure. In Night City.
Yeah, let me see what Green Thumb would know of this for.
Oh, he knows a lot.
He may know some things. Hold up.
He's Paradox's secret twin brother.
Hey,
Holy shit, he
there
knows a
we go.
lot.
So, so Green Thumb takes a second and thinks about that. He says, well, like, I don't know, beyond obviously needing to eat himself and with the typical, you know, kibble, pre-pack, all the good shit we used to be able to get even, you know, even here before, you know, NorCal went up in flames. You used to be able to get some of that shit in from other parts of the city, Glen, or sometimes, you know, Tiger Claws to get something and be willing to share at a night market. So beyond like making sure he can eat, I guess the only other reason I could think of him maybe growing food and stuff is to, I guess, keep everyone in the district happy with what he's doing. I don't know, curry favor with the residents. I know he's seemed like lately the gigs he's been offered have been a little different than the ones he's offered historically. Most of the time before, I know there were people, I was one of them, used to laugh at him when we'd see some dude wanting to hit every fucking Continental or Biotechnica convoy or, you know, just Agricorps. Every Agricorp that you could get a convoy with seeds, he would be raiding it. And he wasn't picking up the ones that were carrying the, you know, the golden geese, the pharmaceuticals, you know, not the high-end ones at least. Sometimes he'd get the stuff that had like, you know, speed heal or some detox meds or antibiotics, you know, really cheap over-the-counter type stuff that if we lived in a better part of the city, you could get at your local bodega or something, or the Ripper would have it almost without question. So like every so often you grab shit like that, but 90% of the time I think it's like food, seeds. Most of the stuff he'd be grabbing, that the reason people thought he was so ridiculous, it was all perishable. And I don't know,
Yeah,
like,
shit that's gonna go bad, right?
yeah, but somehow, I mean, he really made, I think, the district into somewhere people could live on a kingdom made of seeds, you know? And it's only been more recently, I think, that he's really started offering the more violent gigs. And I think if I had to give my opinion, usually the people he hits are the ones that go in and try to do something. You know, they try to sabotage one of the gardens, or, you know, they had one real fucking messed up situation. Some booster, I think he was some Maelstrom reject, which if you're a reject of theirs and you haven't been eaten by one of their monsters in Totentons, like, I mean, you're already a lucky asshole. So pushing your luck at that point seems almost like the dumbest thing you could possibly do. But there it is. This chromed out gonk decides to roll up. And last I heard, he was caught behind a dumpster eating some kid's legs or something. Real fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
And, well, let's just say him and his chooms, no one's heard about them for a good couple months at this point. And based on some of the gigs he was offering at the time, I think Paradox is the reason why we haven't heard any of their names talked about. You know, things like that. Things where people did some shit that hurt innocent people, or burned up food, or caused more problems for the people here that we just don't fucking need. That's the type of shit that he was really putting money into, and those violent gigs have really just started in the last maybe, I don't know, 2 months, maybe.
Damn, sounds like he's made a real positive presence.
I mean, I like I said, I was one of the people early on that was laughing his name every fucking time the local screams or data pool were talking about him. Everyone's laughing at the fucking seed thief, right? Gonk ass seed thief. And I mean, fuck, I eat better now than I did when I used to have a tiny little cube in the fucking docks in South Night City. You know, where you were working for what some might call honest Eddie's real work. Fuck that. I get to eat pretty well now. And I got him to thank for it.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate the conversation. Didn't mean to take up too much of your time. But if you ever need any help with the garden or whatever, just hit me up. I'll learn to plow a couple things.
Yeah, no, I mean, we always need more hands, you know? Harvests just get bigger by the day.
That's good news. Hey, I like your glasses too, by the way.
Hey, thanks. And yeah,
That's it for me. That was a pretty good conversation. I got what I needed out of that.
Yeah.
I don't say that out loud, obviously.
No.
That's right. I got what I needed from you, Doomba.
Did you have any other questions for him, Connor?
No, so that can conclude the conversation for me as well.
Beautiful. All right.
Yeah. Got pretty explicit knowledge that homie's hitting up Biotechnica convoys for seeds and shit. And giving it to the gardens.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And ostensibly tools, too. Gardening tools. Sorry, what were you going to say, Connor?
Nothing.
Okay. So then it sounds like if we want more information from him, we'll have to go to not to Biotechnica, we'll have to find information from Biotechnica about him.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got a report on the fucker who keeps hitting their seed convoys.
Yeah. I mean, if not mentioning him by name, they probably at the very least, have some kind of record of shit getting stolen for sure.
Okay. And I'll actually send that over to Crash too. Be like, hey, just picked up some more info about him in case it helps.
Yep. Yeah, and this is the point where she just kind of responds with like a thumbs up, and doesn't really
Thumbs
say
up
anything about
emoji.
it.
Hey, that's my line.
Yeah.
Okay, and then would this all have been in the on the same day, like the same first day?
I would
Okay.
say so. Yeah, I mean, it's feasible that this is how you spend your first day of downtime.
Okay. And then so that would leave me with 6 days left.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if there's some shit I wanted to invent. I do need to make a new version of my grenade launcher, so I'm not using some shitty other person's grenade launcher.
Beautiful. So are you gonna? Shit. I still am laughing at that's what you've actually named it on your sheet.
What? That's because it's what it is. It would be rude to not call it by what it is.
Fair enough. So do you want to just repair your old one, or do you want to make it actually improve it?
I want to improve it because even if I repair it, it's functionally the same as this shitty other person's one that I've got. So I might as well spend my effort on making my new one.
Okay. Because obviously then we're looking at invention roll and a fabrication roll, and you may not have time to do both in the week.
Oh, probably not. I wasn't thinking I was going to.
Yeah.
So what I want to do to improve it, I'll actually just send it to you on Discord. That'll be easier. That's what I wrote down about it. Essentially, a grenade launcher with 2 separate 44-round magazines, so that way I can have regular grenades and the little shotgun grenades I made, and I can just switch between them at will, kind of like the dual ammo, like Militech pistol. So that way I don't have to be like, oh my god, there's a group of 8 people huddled up in a car, but I have my shotgun shells loaded.
Interesting. Okay. Let's try. I mean, honestly, when we consider that, this is kind of it's almost like a 2-step thing that I'd be thinking of, because what you're describing there sounds like 1,000 eddies worth of grenade launcher. Unless you're content with keeping it poor quality with the same kind of malfunction condition. In which case, we can have that. But if you want it to be it won't melt down again, then we're probably looking at 1,000 eddies for that description.
What if instead of it doing being destroyed on a critical failure, we had it where we did the new breaking your stuff rules where it became damaged on a critical failure for the attack roll?
I would accept that. I think that's acceptable.
Yeah, okay. So I'd be fine with that.
Okay. To have be 500 eddies. So invention would take the rest of the week, we'll say.
Rest of the week? Yeah, that sounds fair. So let's go ahead and do it. And then what's the DV on that?
So invention costs, inventional costs half, or the next price category down to the item. So it'd be 100 eddies worth of material. And then it'll be a DV, it'll be a DV21.
DV21? Okay, so I'll go ahead and get
DV21
the
weapons tech.
I'll go ahead and get the 100 eddies of materials now.
Mm-hmm. Also, I meant to mention this at the start. Rent is due, by the way, guys.
Woo!
Rent is due.
Okay.
Your lifestyles are also due. You now have the opportunity to upgrade those if you want. But yeah, you're looking at...
Oh, that's right. I wanted to get trauma team coverage, too.
Yeah, so you're looking at like a minimum of 1,100 eddies. 1,000 for your rent, 100 for kibble lifestyle. But if you want better lifestyle, or if you want to add things like trauma team, then you're welcome to do that.
I'll stick with kibble for now. So I'll do 1,100, which is rent plus kibble. God, I'm hemorrhaging money. Okay. And then for this month, I want to do the basic trauma team coverage, which is 500, right?
500, yep. And it's trauma team silver, I believe, is their basic coverage.
Trauma team silver.
So I will...
Cool, then I forget, do I have a biomon? I do have a biomonitor. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so I will, as soon as I get that, I'm going to link it up to my biomon and register it on my agent.
Beautiful. Let me... Trauma team card silver, there you go.
Yay! Trauma team. Trauma team. Everyone loves trauma team. Okay. And then I already paid for the 100 eddies of materials for that. So now it's just the invention expertise. And you said it was 21?
Invention is, yeah, DV21, you'll roll it with weapons tech.
Okay, so that... And I'm going to put... See, what is my weapons tech? Oh, 7. Yeah, base 17. Yeah, I'll just roll it. I'll just roll it raw. Fuck it. I'm really glad I didn't put luck into that.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. No, you come up with like better thermal management. You also find a way with some of the gear that you're kind of thinking about here that, yeah, like you could reinforce and make more durable some of the elements that on your previous model would have broken down because they were literally all polymer that's been 3D printed.
Yeah, maybe rivet a couple steel plates in there or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you come up with better ways to kind of let the thermal porting work on this thing, to the point that, yeah, it behaves more like a standard quality grenade launcher than a pour. So with that, that will be the rest of your week to invent, because that's
Okay,
what a
yeah.
500 eddy item takes, is a week.
That's fine. And then also, I'd be fine with like the conversation with Crash. That can happen after everybody else does their downtime, because we spent quite a lot of time on mine already.
Totally. No problem at all. So, Connor, do you know what you want to do?
Yeah.
Before we move down the line, can I get my life path out of the way real quick?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was gonna.
Since we stepped over that.
Yes.
Cool. So I wanted to upgrade my food level to, what is it? Generic pre-pack is one up from Kibble?
Yes, and it's 300 a month for it.
Okay, and I take that out now, right? It's not
Yes.
like I do 1,100 now, it'll be 1,300 now?
It'll be 1,300 now. Yeah, because you're essentially right now you're budgeting that money for the rest of the month to let you get all the benefits that generic pre-pack would get.
Cool. And then I think I am also going to stock up on Trauma Team because I saw you touting its good graces, and I want to test it out and see. Because we
And-
don't have a med tech, so it may come in handy.
And
Yeah.
you're going to get the 500 eddy level just like Maya did.
Yep. Get that silver plan.
Beautiful.
The 500 one is they'll come and stabilize you, but you still have to pay for all hospital costs, right?
Yeah, whereas exec is like they will come pick you up, they'll treat you, they'll do all kinds of fun stuff for you at the executive level.
Yeah, for 1,000 fucking eddies a month.
Hey, it's worth it. Depending on what you need done, like it could be really worth it.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so yeah, I've got you your card on your sheet now. So yeah, if you want to just deduct the, it'll be 1,800 eddies total for that for you.
Yep, and that is subtracted.
Beautiful. So yeah, Connor or Cody. Let's start with Cody here real quick. So for you, were you adding anything onto your rent, lifestyle, all that?
I don't remember where I even started. What is the semiconductor building typically like? What's the
It's it's a cargo community, so it's 1,000 a month.
Okay, that's what I was gonna check for that. And then I guess I just used the I'd probably be using generic pre-packs. So what is that on top of the
So it'll be 300 on top of your rent, so it'd be a total of 1,300.
Okay, cool, I got it.
Beautiful. All right. But yeah, Connor, what was it that you were looking to use your downtime for?
So I would like to reach out to the leader of the Tiger Claws.
Shinobu. Yep.
Shinobu the second.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna try to see what he knows about Paradox. So I'll try to arrange a meeting with him.
Go ahead, because he is he is
Right, he's daddy.
He is the leader of one of the most powerful booster gangs in the city. So yeah, go ahead.
He's that guy.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check and add your reputation to it.
Okay, cool. I'm just rep level 4 right now, right?
Matchlight's showing a rep 0 on the sheet.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten any rep yet.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah, I mean, you guys would probably be because that's one thing I haven't told you to add anything to it, but after the last couple of sessions, especially bringing in Electo, bringing in the people in the police station, you guys would probably be sitting comfy at a rep 3 probably, because people around the district probably kind of know who you are at this point. You've helped enough people and done good by them that they'd be talking your good graces.
Ooh,
all right,
good roll.
Yeah, so Shinobu agrees to meet you near the end of the week to discuss whatever it is you want to.
Okay, discuss. At the end of the week of downtime.
Yep.
Okay, very cool. And then remind me real quick, because it's been a little bit, what was the info that Crash found upon doing the net run and that we found at the end of the gig? It implicates obviously NCPD. But what was the info exactly?
It was that NCPD had explicitly if they hadn't sold off the parts of the hot zone and the combat zone to corporations, that they had essentially done that and said, hey, we're gonna clean the undesirables out of this area, and you can move in and develop it and purchase the land at a really cheap price once they're gone.
Yeah, shitty gentrification.
And they made those deals with a couple different corporations, but yeah, I believe the biggest ones were the construction corps like Giraffa and things like that are just going to develop it.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. So I want to just real quick make a trailer, because I know it's not exactly my information yet. But I'm gonna make a trailer that just kind of depicts short blips of what we did most recently, with breaking people out of the NCPD prison specifically, and then also garnering information from inside of some, without implicating where I am, obviously a high security facility, and then just kind of say the embers have been stoked, more to come soon, or something like that.
Gotcha. Little highlight reel for us.
Beautiful. Go ahead and roll me composition for that. We'll see what that looks like for you. Nice. On the other end.
All right. Composition.
And then this was filmed, I believe, with your fancy new camera too, I believe, right?
Yeah. I had it by the second part of the gig. Not the first, but the second.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to roll photography film?
Composition. Because composition
I'm
is
not
like you're
good
putting it
at
all together. Photography film would be more like while you're filming it.
Yeah, I have 5 luck, so I'm just gonna use 2.
You got it?
Good thing I did.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, it's, you look at it and you're like, you know that the footage itself kind of speaks for itself. And you take like real pains to make sure that your location in any of the footage is anonymized as much as it can be. However, as someone who's edited video before and needed to like remove elements of it, you quickly realize as you kind of go through it that it kind of guts some of the best shots you would have had to take to a certain extent because of logos and things on the wall. And because the media hasn't picked up that it was you guys that hit SecureCorp, you kind of want to keep it that way. So it kind of, it doesn't totally remove what you're doing, but it doesn't really give you, it doesn't give you a bonus. Let's put it that way to this being believable in the eyes of the public. But the footage itself that you have is pretty damning on it in its own right, even cherry picked as it is.
Nice.
Yep.
Then I'm
yeah.
gonna pay my rent, which is how much money?
It's 1,000 eddies for your housing,
Ooh.
and then yeah, it's whatever lifestyle you want.
Yeah, I'm also gonna upgrade my lifestyle like Ghost, so that was 300.
Okay.
Okay. So I did that, and then I need to buy some synth coke.
Beautiful. So synth coke is only 20 eddies a dose, so it's
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna buy
findable.
3 of those right now, and then that'll take 60 away from me. And then yeah, I just got my new fancy assault rifle, so I'm pretty happy there. And my armor is fine. Well, my light armor jack needs repaired. Can we say Carpet did that or no?
I wouldn't have had time to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Unfortunately.
she would be really busy.
And Ghost
this week.
too, right?
Yeah, Ghost is cooking drugs all week.
Could I have thrown it into my porta printer and had it do the reinforcements for me?
Just print new armor on top of the old one. Just
No,
don't shake it too hard, kid.
No, just prints onto the broken parts, not the whole thing.
Let me check something here real quick, because we did just get a new DLC recently for breaking your stuff.
So good. I like that DLC a lot.
And let's see, breaking stuff, malfunctions.
Screw it, I'll roll the basic tech myself. You know what I mean? Let's
Well,
do
I'm
it.
looking to see if there's
No,
a
I'm
way
kidding.
to
Do it myself.
hand wave it. I'm looking to see if we can hand wave it, because that's part of what they added here. Is like, if it's damaged, you can. Let's see. Maintaining gear. So if you. There we go. Maintenance skills. Armor is basic tech. And for lifestyle wise, for 0 Eddie plus gear. Okay, yeah. So basically, you can maintain it at like a DV15 as long as you have generic pre-pack. So yeah. Oh, and that's automatic maintenance. So as long as you have generic pre-pack, which now you do, you get to maintain it normally. And yeah, basic tech is your armor. So yeah, you actually are just able to like repair the armor with some of your downtime. Like it doesn't.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
it,
so-
the
Nice,
new DLC
is dope.
the new DLC is really nice.
It's
It adds
really
some
good,
tools.
yeah.
It had some tools for me to do too, but it simplified some of that. Like, man, I lost an SP. What do I do? It's like, well, if the whole
Gotta
thing's
spend
not
a whole
gotten any
day.
shredded. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually huge because it's a big thing for like a tech. You're the tech of the group. You want to be the one to do all the repairs and everything for everybody. But
You also want to make your own
especially-
shit.
Yeah, especially invention techs. You have a lot of projects in the works that soak up a lot of your downtime.
Yeah. But basically this new DLC adds it so that it assumes when you go in to your month and you're budgeting, you just budget enough money in there to have your gear be repaired and not have it affect your wallet. So
Right.
like you
Can
take some of the
I-
tech or whatever.
How do I repair it? Is it under gear maybe?
Under gear, and then there's a
Yeah,
little wrench
exactly.
icon.
Yep, I found it. Yep. Cool, perfect. Okay, and then I'm pretty much ready for my conversation with Yorinobu.
Beautiful. He agrees to meet with you on the neutral territory that is Purgatory, right at the edge of the district with Old Japantown. And so you walk in, and Shinobu's sitting there, and yeah, next to him you see two very clearly well-armed guards. Like this guy's got his hustle with him, and they definitely look formidable. And as you walk in, he just looks and says, well, normally I wouldn't consider talking to gutter trash, but after what I know you and yours pulled off, I'm willing to at least give you my ear for an hour or so. What are you looking to get from this?
So yeah, I just like unbutton my jacket and then sit down and just say, not so gutter trash anymore, huh? We came across some pretty sensitive information. I feel like I can trust your sensibility and discretion in talking about it a little bit. So in essence, there's some pretty damning evidence that kind of shows what's been actually moving through the city and how it's been moving recently. But before I give that to just anyone, I kind of need to find the right person to give it to. Basically, you know me, I work for Paradox, and even though you're not a great fan of paradoxes, I think you can appreciate the value of good information. So I'll give you some of this if you give me some info on Paradox so I know just who I'm sharing this info with.
It's an interesting trade. What do I have to gain by that information? What did you find exactly?
Well, you know where we broke into, and obviously you have fingers all across the city, so you can deduce quite a bit of the subject matter just based on that. But suffice it to say, we were looking into corporations and the NCPD and the particulars of their relationship, you know, what position they like when they're in bed.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion with a +2 situational. It's pretty good. And so Shinobu's sitting there, and again, like he's kind of like got his hands crossed in front of him, and he's thinking about what you're offering, and he says, I won't lie, that does sound rather intriguing. So, what information are you asking me to surrender up in exchange?
Obviously, he's a fixer who's garnered quite a bit of power in a very short amount of time. So I want to know what his angle is, because you and I both know Night City well enough to know that this altruism bullshit is a little bit of a front at the very least. And I'm not saying he's the big bad. I'm just saying there's more to this story than what I've been able to deduce so far. And I'm hoping you can shed some light on things.
I mean, I can tell you what I know, what I've got from the little bit of history I do have. Obviously, I'm not going to sell my whole hand to you, but yeah, you give me...
Just so you know, Yorinobu, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, your hand determines mine. So whatever you surrender to me, I'll match with what I surrender to you with what info I have.
Interesting. And again, I'm not sure if you're intentionally doing this.
That's what I'm laughing
Yeah,
about.
I know. I figured you were laughing at that, Maya. It's Shinobu. That this guy is Yorinobu, is a character from 77. So
sitting down with the fucking head of the Tiger Claws. Listen here, Yorinobu. Just getting his
my
name
name
wrong
is Shinobu.
so confidently.
Honestly,
it still kind of works because isn't that a
Yeah.
pretty good insult?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not on my radar, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, so again, I'm like, if that's your intent, that's all good. I just want to make sure above table that that is indeed your intent before I.
That is
I,
not my intent. That is not my intent.
I figured it
Thank
wasn't.
you
Okay.
thank you for allowing me to remedy it.
Yeah, no problem. So, with that in mind, so he says, all right, fair enough. What I know about Paradox is maybe a little more than the streets have let on. I know that a lot of people would talk about, like you're saying, his altruism. He built the old combat zone into a, you know, maybe not a paradise, but certainly it's a little greener than when it, you know, when he took it over. Used to knock over every Biotechnica convoy. And as much as I would love to feed the narrative that that's entirely for altruistic ends, the man used to, as I understand it, do a little work for them here and there. Used to be involved with some kind of seed development, some kind of some of the agribusiness they would do. He had at least some sort of hand in. Now, the specifics of that, I mean, that's where we start getting costly. But I can say at the very least he used to work for the Corp. And one day he decided he didn't really like the things he was being fed, the sort of narrative that they were spinning for him, position he was being put in. So he stomped out. And the people that the corporation sent after him, well, let's just say he turned them into fertilizer for those AgriCorp fields. And no one really heard anything from him again until, lo and behold, a year ago, this up-and-coming fixer just starts knocking over seed convoys.
So there may be a little bit of altruism after all, in the sense of he may just want to actually complete what is being asked, or what Biotechnica is advertising at anyway, in the more legitimate way, rather than kind of leading people on to a con.
So this is the part where you pay me the first bit. What exactly is NCPD and the corporations involved in?
So, I'll just tell him overarchingly, basically, you know, what's going on without getting into the specifics, like, that are extremely damning and, yeah, specific.
Yeah, so surface level wise, you're willing to tell him basically that, like, NCPD has agreements with certain corporations, and suffice it to say that those like those designs are not strictly limited to the old combat zone. It's just that the old combat zone is a speed bump, and that they are planning on coming for the rest of the zones. Like that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So without going to specifics on like what they're doing, who they're targeting, any of that kind of stuff, or
right,
who they've made the deals with. Okay, and so yeah, so Shinobu looks at this,
and I'll just like finish with saying like, and so you know, because of that, I think it's safe to say that it really is an all of us thing, to address the earlier conversation we had, where it's not going to affect just one sector of Night City, it's going to affect all of Night City. So I hope if and when the time comes that our paths cross, we're on the same side and we have an idea of, again, nipping this in the bud before it actually becomes something unwieldy.
I mean, it doesn't exactly worry me to maybe the extent you'd think it would. After all, I have armaments, I have arrangements, I've got deals with certain corporations that would make the NCPD's intrusion in my domain a difficult prospect, to say the least. So, sweeten the deal for me and I'll sweeten mine. are there corporations involved in that deal the NCPD has made that would cause me to change my mind on that? And this is the part where above table, Connor, I do remind you that one of the corporations they did mention was that King Tao, which is currently what Shinobu's leaning against as like, I've got, you know, assets with King Tao. They can't touch me as long as they're supplying me arms. King Tao is also making agreements with the NCPD, and they're
Right.
part of the reason that they're so well armed in these enforcement actions.
So if I were to hand over this information to you, I need your assurance that you would let on that it is your network, which it is indeed, of course, of contacts and information that let you on, but not Matchlight specifically. Do I have your word?
I didn't hear it from you. That's what you're asking?
A nod.
Fair enough.
I give him my agent with the information on it and just let him read it himself.
Yeah, and so is
You don't
he
need me to explain it to you, Chum.
Yeah, and so he starts scrolling through it, and you see is like initially he's kind of scrolling right past like the broad abstract strokes near the top, and as the details start unfolding, and you know there's like all kinds of stuff in here, manifests, things like that, and you start seeing you know where he's getting to because there's a whole page dedicated to different Kang Tao weapons, armaments, vehicles, you know, all kinds of different shit. And he slows his scroll to a crawl as he starts going through that. Well, this is not what I was promised. Well, fuck. And he slides your agent back to you. I've seen what I need to. Fair. Now let me offer you something in return. And know that, yes, as much as I would be loath to go crawling back to a man like Paradox, he'll have my support in what's to come if he asks for it. It seems we can't trust the corporations at all in the city, and you'd think I would have learned that by now. But alright. This is what I know of Paradox. This payment for what you've provided me. Paradox's project, when he used to be a Corpo Biotechnica. I don't know much of his educational background, but the things he was working on at Biotechnica, clearly he has a bit of a biochemical engineering background because he was doing genetic editing for seeds. Things that would reinforce their ability to be pest resistant, chemical resistant, climate change resistance, things of all that nature. And the way I've heard it, and admittedly this is where the holes begin because Biotechnica, like most corporations, has fairly tight lips, but there were some incidents, some cereals made from the grain that he was editing. It proved cancerous. And there were several villages, settlements throughout the Midwest, some of the AgriCorp owned towns and things where these cancers began to be more and more prevalent. And well, once Paradox heard about that, it sounds like he had a bit of a conscience grow that day. And the rest is what I've told you already. Broke from them, went out burning a trail behind him of bodies, blood, chrome. And then he decided to keep a little more down low for a while. So about a year ago. And then the man you know today was born.
I kind of lean in, not to be a narcissist, but do you think then it's not a coincidence that he picked me and my sister and the other chooms among us for what he's trying to do because he thinks that we may be of a like mind in his larger narrative? And if so, why is he playing his cards so close to his chest where he's not really telling us why we're doing what we're doing, just that it's part of a resistance that we should be proud to be in support of?
My
He just
guess,
doesn't trust the finer details to us?
My guess is, like most people who've tried to leave a corporation, he doesn't want anyone more than he has to know where he came from. I think
Right.
corporations have a tendency of tying loose ends. And right now he knows exactly how loose an end he is.
So this information, and I wave my agent, if I gave it over to him, obviously it is in support of his idealism that he's trying to manifest on a Night City, which is as you described.
Yes, so far as I'm aware, that would probably light a fire under his ass to an even greater degree than he probably already feels.
Well, and I start to stand up. When the call comes, will you answer it then?
As I said, I've seen all I need to. Kang Tao isn't truly on our side, and they're willing to play both sides of a war. Well, it sounds like we don't have the kind of friends I thought we did, so yes, we'll stand with you. Just, make sure you don't tell him I'm apologizing for my remarks, but I have a certain clarity that I didn't before this meeting.
Well, I'm glad to be a part of the resistance with you then,
Says, well,
Shinobu. Anything else?
nothing for now. We'll wait for the call. But thank you for bringing this to me. And and he stands up as well, gives you a bow, and then him and his guards walk out, door on the other side of the room.
Cool. Alright. That's probably my downtime, right?
Yeah, I'd say between that and talking to Green Thumb, you probably got your downtime's worth out of it. Along with
Very
your
chill.
edits and stuff. Yeah, you probably got it. All right. So last, but certainly not least, and chat, thank you for enduring with us through this downtime. This is where things start getting a little more complex with our downtime. This is usually where that begins in terms of like when I went to season 1, this is where our downtime really got longer when people start getting a feel for their roles and stuff. So Cody, with that, with everyone else's downtime done, what are we doing for you this week?
So my question to you is, I don't remember where we sort of left last session off. Did I stay over at the Kabuki building?
So you got work done on you by Pan, who is the med tech that works out of it. After about a day, they would have let you go back to your place because you would have been well enough to travel. But yeah, they installed like all your cyberware and stuff, gave you like a day's bed rest under their supervision just to make sure everything was good with you. And then, then they sent you on your way. So you would be resting in your own crate by the second day.
Perfect. That's what sort of I wanted to figure out. Okay, I was going to ask though, so I'd probably spend as much time as necessary out of my week trying to get to full health.
Sure.
If I were straight up rest, how long would I need to rest to restore 13 HP?
2 days, because your body's 7. Yep.
Okay, sure, I'll do that. I will do that. Oh, because it's body per day, right?
Body per day. Yeah, body per day as long as you're stabilized and not doing anything strenuous.
Great, okay. I don't know why I got that. Well.
No, you're good. Yeah, I mean, it's we don't always interact with the rule that often, so it's
No,
one of those.
I usually just, hey, speed heal, go.
Yeah.
No, so I'd probably try to locate whoever I could if there was like a little bodega inside the building that would sell basic ammunition or something close by.
Yeah, there's some day markets that open up that absolutely have some of those basics, and that's where some of these rooftop gardens peddle their wares to some of the vegetables they grow. So yeah.
I'd probably spend that next day checking that place out to see if I could find any incendiary ammo. But as soon as I notice that there probably isn't, I'd probably try to contact Royal.
So Royal, when you try to reach out to him, you get an automated response that says, Royal is not available right now. May I please take a message while he recovers?
I'll leave a message asking him for what I want, but at the same time, I don't really have time to wait.
Sure.
Is-
So that's where you could reach out to potentially Paradox, because he's also a
Oh, yeah.
fixer.
True. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just shoot a message over to him and see if he could source me any incendiary shotgun shells.
Says, Choom, you've done plenty for me. I can absolutely repay the favor. How many are you looking for?
So how many is it per pack? Is it 10?
10 per 100, yeah.
I'll probably pick up 2 packs.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'll have them for you first thing in the morning.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep. And then, yeah, sure enough, you when you kind of wake up and get going the next day, you hear this really soft chime. And as you hear it, you also notice very subtly it almost sounds like a little buzzing, like almost like if you've ever had a mosquito next to you. It's kind of like a low buzz similar to that. As you look outside, opening your crate, you'll see a little mover drone there with like quadcopters on it, carrying a small box, and it just gently. Dink,
I think the first thing that would come to mind would be, did they really just let this thing through the front door without questioning?
You know that there's some holes in the roof and things that it probably would have gotten through. It's not like this building is entirely bereft of holes. You guys just patch up the small things.
In that case, I'd probably shake my head and wonder who the hell's on security duty last night or this morning.
Yeah, and there's this old vet that works, and you kind of look like on your agent, because you have a schedule, you know, that you kind of do your volunteer shifts with. This old dude's name is Tomas. He's like a old 4th Corp war vet. And even when that went on, he would have been probably in his 50s. The dude's he's got a great, trigger finger. He's got a great aim, but my God, does he doze off so easy. So like, yeah, if someone came in and started shooting, he'd be the first one to knock someone down probably. But it's the only reason he's still on the lookout.
You know, I respect him though. He's still working at his age. Good for him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll go ahead and I'll load up my my new pop-up shotgun with.
Beautiful. Yeah, and so you just expand it, and then rack 2 shells into the magazine well, and drop it back down into your arm. And so with the rest of your downtime, because obviously we're talking, that's probably just like a day's worth of time at that point, on top of the 2 you've already spent resting. So you've got like 4 days left.
And to do a hustle would require an entire week?
It does. Yep.
Okay. Honestly, I'd probably see if I'd probably just take a walk down to the nearest bar and just sort of chill and sort of relax. Not necessarily drink, but just be amongst people who aren't going to be shooting at me for a little bit. You know,
Sure.
And that's even atypical, you know, of bars. But you know, hey.
Yeah. So yeah, you go down. There's like a little. It would normally be like a street bar, if you didn't, live in a combat zone.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a small kind of beer garden. That's kind of been set up, and they've got like a cage of fencing around it to keep the less desirable elements out. You've been here a couple times. Like, it's kind of one of the spots near the Ionic building where people come to blow off steam when they have time in the evenings before the doors are closed. And you see something kind of odd when you're there. And it starts with a small tug on like your shirt, and it's like from a low down, like someone who's maybe like a half or like 2/3 your height, tugging on your shirt, and just you hear a small voice say, excuse me.
I mean, I'll acknowledge him. I'll look down at him and go, "Hey, what's going on?"
Yeah, and you see a girl wearing this like puffy pink jacket, like, and it almost seems kind of odd because it's not that cold, right? But this like puffy pink jacket, that when you kind of look at it a little more closely, you can tell like this has some kind of embedded armor in it, which would be probably the only reason that this kid would be wearing it. You're guessing this kid is maybe like 10 years old. And it's like a little dark-skinned girl, big puffy hair with like two large they'd be pigtails if her hair weren't so curly that it just kind of stands up as almost like two little spears on her head. And she says, you're Celsius, right? You're one of the volunteers for the building?
Yeah, that's me. What's up?
So me and some friends, we've got a little problem, and most adults we don't trust, but I think from what I know, you've done good things for people. Can we get you and your friends to help us with something?
I mean, I don't think we're doing anything right now. I'll check my agent just to make sure nobody's messaged me.
Nope.
Cool. Yeah, I said I got some free time. I planned on relaxing, but I, don't mind helping out.
Yeah. No. Look, it's okay if you need some time to get them together. We've got a clubhouse. It's like 2 blocks away. And she has like almost like a little hand-drawn map. Like it's clear she doesn't have an agent. So she's got this little hand-drawn map, and it's surprisingly good for like what you're assuming is like a middle schooler's drawing, right? But it marks a spot not far at all from that ruined park that you would have gone to for the dead drop last week. This is where our clubhouse is. If you can get your friends together, even if it takes a day or two, I know you guys are busy, so but please come soon, like when you can.
You just want me to meet you there?
Yeah. There should be someone there as long as you're there during the daytime.
And do you mind if I take this map you drew?
No. Take it.
Cool. I'll see what I can do. If I can't get a hold of my buddies, I'll see what the other guys in the building can help out with as well. I trust anybody there that does security.
And she kind of like nods. She says, I'm glad we trust you though. And she says, yeah, just come by when you have a chance.
So at that point, I'm just gonna look at her and go, yeah, as soon as I get a chance, I'll let you know. I'll just show up.
Mm-hmm.
Try to make it during a decent hour of the day.
Cool. All right. So yeah, and then this would have been toward probably like the end of the week. So this will be, kind of on that second to last day of the downtime that this would all be happening. The rest of the time, whatever relaxation you do, it's, you get to just kind of unwind. It's not particularly stressful. And yeah, save a couple of like drunk assholes or boosters that wandered a little too far from home that, you guys kind of take care of one way or another in the guard shack. Things are mostly calm for the week.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty thankful that it's nothing like nuclear reactors or, anything like that.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, so the end of the week comes, and I'm assuming you're gonna have reached out to everyone by then, Celsius, about this little girl and what she's asking.
I would have messaged everybody that night, later in the night, just to make sure everybody was sort of already chilling and hopefully not busy or out partying too hard.
Totally. All right, cool. So you guys get this message from Celsius, and exactly like, what are you telling them? Like, hey, I've got a lead on a gig or something, or?
No, I'm not even gonna mention it as necessarily a gig. I'm just gonna hope that I can sort of pull some heartstrings and be like, hey, there's this really worried little girl who said she had a problem for specifically us, me and my friends, to take care of because they trust us. She lives in the building. I'm assuming that maybe Blue would have seen her running around at one point.
Yeah. So you two can, because I won't have the people over in Kabuki roll this, but Blue and Celsius, you guys can both roll local expert or streetwise on this.
Sure, let's see what I can do. Streetwise should be under social skills. Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
You said that or local expert.
Yeah, either one. And you
So
get your home bonus, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And then Blue. That was Blue's. And then Celsius, beautiful. So Celsius, so Blue, you maybe haven't, and that's probably not surprising considering your attack. Half the time you're spending cooking drugs in your crate. But Celsius, because you are more out and about within the community, you do recognize, after you think about it a little bit, you've seen that girl and you've seen her hanging out with a couple other kids. And you do remember that they typically hang out together. They seem to be what Night City residents would call a yo gang. A crew of kids, usually that form like a street gang, as like a sort of makeshift family. Either because they lost their owner, their parents don't care, or whatever. And those have become more and more prevalent in the wake of the Inferno. Gilliman Euro, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So you recognize that she and her friends have run around near the semiconductor building quite a bit. And this hideout that she mentioned is only 2 or 3 blocks away from it. So it's possible that maybe they, buy stuff from some of the day markets in and around the building and then go back there, and that's maybe where they're holed up. But you've heard people talk about a group of kids that a few weeks ago actually held their own against some of the boosters and soundly kicked their asses. And that they've been calling these kids Generation Red.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll keep that info to myself. But when I send the message, I'll just say, hey, I know nothing's really been followed up with here for the next mission with Paradox or Royal, whoever the hell is going to phone us next. But I've got a small little, it's not, I wouldn't call it a gig, but maybe helping some kids in the neighborhood here. They want us to come meet them at their clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Blue's gonna reply, well, if I wanted to be on the volunteer squad, I would have put my name on the list. But you've let me in enough time, so call it a favor for you.
I'll specifically respond to him and go, I'll just make sure if you show up that I watch your door a little more vigilantly on my shifts, huh?
Hey, I said I'm coming.
Fair
all right. Well, I'll wait for everybody else. I'm like, hey, it's something to do. I'll just reiterate, hey, at least we don't have to be in a nuclear reactor this time.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Awesome. So you guys get together and walk to this clubhouse, and sure enough, above the entrance, it's this old office building that the top floors of which probably would overlook that park that you guys picked the dead drop up from. And above the entrance, you see an image of, and I'm gonna real quick, if you guys are wondering why is Emmerron's screen looking weird, it's because I am pulling something up here real quick because I want to show you guys this logo, because this is actually a faction from the book. So to everyone in chat or on YouTube, this is the logo you see. And to those of you in Discord with me, I'm sending it to the chat channel that we're in together. So you see this image above the top of the entryway into this, what looks like an old, dilapidated office building. And as you guys walk inside, you can see there's someone sitting up on what would be like a lobby balcony, overlooking kind of what would have been a lobby at one point. And they just say, "Hold up there, Chum. I'm one of the lookouts here. What you doing in our? What are you doing in our building?"
All I do is just reach into my pocket, pull out the map, sort of flick it to open it, make sure it's open all the way, and hold it up and go, "I was asked to meet here."
Ah, shit. Tetra, this one of yours? This the guy you were telling us about? And you hear that same voice a little louder. Yeah, that's my friend. God damn it, Tetra. All right, well, if Tetra lets you in, I guess you're cool. Elevators in the back should be working. And they literally point at like a small kind of rickety looking elevator that looks like at one point it went up to like a glass sort of cylinder and half the glass has been blown out over the years. But you guys would get in the elevator unless you have another reason not to.
Just as we're going up, since we're all collected now, I would like to hand out the doses of the new synth coke to anybody who wants it. Just because I think we've got 2 people. Oh yeah, that's right. We had somebody who just bought synth coke. So to Matchlight and Carpet.
Isn't this
I
kind
like
of
Synth
like
Coke.
immoral to be doing drugs with one another in front of children, or distributing drugs at any rate?
Well, the plot was to do it when we first collected, but this has been the first opportunity as we're all kind of batched together and walking. So now is
Fair
when I'm
enough.
taking the time to hand it out.
Yeah. No, and it could have been done.
Take the baggie,
Oh,
take the baggie, and I turn it around. Oh shit! Hold on.
oh, hold up. You went hard robotic there, Connor.
Everybody,
So is everybody.
Oh, is Discord shitting the bed? Discord might be shitting the bed.
everybody.
Yeah, hold up. I'm gonna reboot mine as well. Oh, let's see. Is Discord... Of course, Discord's gonna be mean about it.
There we go. Keep getting it over.
I mean, it's saying I've got 5,000 millisecond ping. Hell yeah.
Holy,
Yeah, there it goes. Now it's beginning, I think, to normalize, but okay. Let's try that again. Can you guys hear me? Jesus Christ. Discord needs to fix their shit. This is the third or fourth time this has happened in the last like 3 weeks. Thankfully, the other times have not been while I've been streaming, but Jesus. Don't do drugs, kids, unless it makes you kill people better. Yeah. Oh, goddamn me. The server. Yeah.
Oh wait, it sounds better now.
Hey,
That
as
sounds
soon
better.
as I
There we
tried
go.
to,
Okay, nice.
as soon as I tried to think up a bypass, that's when it fixes. Of course.
Yeah.
That's gonna be great for the VOD.
Yeah, the VOD, I mean, yeah, like everyone in the VOD.
You could
will be
edit it
able
out if you
hear.
need to.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that might be where I throw a technical difficulty card at you guys on YouTube. So if you just come back, welcome back.
And that's why you watch live, folks.
That's you watch it for the scuff. But yeah, Connor, you were
Right,
trying to say
exactly.
something before that happened.
Excuse me. So I would just kind of turn around and just say like, "Thank you for the blue sugar packet. I appreciate it." While I wave at the kid who's a lookout.
And he's like,
Can't wait to put these on my cereal,
Yeah.
on my bran.
And the kid, as you kind of slide up in the elevator, he says, "You think we haven't seen fucking glass before? Come on, Choom." And they just
You can
are like,
see it, but you can't snort it. Okay, promise me.
Blue's just got his head in his hand, like they might not even have seen.
and the kid just kind of rolls his eyes and leads you back. And as you come to the and I'm gonna put this in the chat channel again here. As you guys come to the back of the kind of top floor here, there's a small boardroom with a large window, and sitting at the head of the table is, and for chat's benefit, and those of you on YouTube watching, see this kid. And he's sitting back, like leaned in a chair, and Tetris says, "Apex, this is the guy I was telling you about and his friends. They're gonna help us. You know, with blades." And Apex is kind of like looking at Tetra like, and you can see, like, unlike the other kid who they haven't named, has, you know, he was a little more annoyed with this. Apex is sitting there looking at you, gas mask clearly on, and just says, "All right, well, what did Tetra tell you?"
More like what she hasn't told me. She just said that she needed help, and I had nothing better to do, so I decided to help.
Yeah, I thought maybe your cat was stuck in a tree or something.
It's, you know, if that weren't so condescending, I'd laugh, but
No, it's okay. You can still laugh. It's fine.
here's the situation. About a week ago, one of our runners, woman by the name of Blades, kind of second in command to me here, she went out and she does supply runs for us every so often. And some of our meds were being run low, food was beginning to run low. Eddies have been kind of thin since the district's gotten more closed off, and, well, you know, we don't really trust most of the people out there. A couple weeks ago, some chromed up assholes decided to show up and they wanted to take our hideout. Well, Tetra, what did we do to them? Oh yeah, I threw my rockets at them. They didn't like that very much. They kind of ran a lot. One guy even lost his leg. Yeah. So
Did he keep the leg?
I mean, I think he took it and grabbed it, and his Chumba took him in his arms. He was bleeding a lot, though. I think he was just a little out of it.
Okay, next time try to keep the leg. It's a good trophy.
Bottom line's this. We've had people try to fuck with us in the past. They've tried to take this place over, and I'm not going to let them. This is my family, and they're all I've got. So when I say that we're trusting you a lot by you just standing in the room with us, that's what you're dealing with. About a week ago, Blades went for the usual supply run, and it was maybe 3-4 hours after she left in the middle of the night, we heard a big explosion. And screams this week have said, you know, Secure Corp went up, and one of the pathways she was using to get through the blockade would have been right around there. So I think she probably got through there unscathed. The problem is now with the police crawling all over there, getting back's probably not so easy for her. And she was due back a couple days ago. And we haven't heard from her. We haven't seen her. And now I'm starting to get worried. So
Do you have a map of her typical route over there? Or at least, you know, what you tell us?
we can get you one. Might just take a little bit, but Tetra's pretty good. She's kind of a bit of a cartographer, so she'll be able to draw you up something, show you the route. We try to use different ones, but we can get it to you.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 12.
Has anyone ever told you how exceptionally well spoken you are for a 12-year-old?
I mean, I appreciate it. You got.
Have you tried writing?
I don't know if you're trying to insult me or
I'm
compliment me.
not. I'm not. No, genuinely. I'm being genuine. Look, I'm not gonna take the mask off if you can see my face. I'm extremely amazed by how well spoken you are. And I think as a way to blow off steam, you should try putting your, thoughts down on paper or even digitally sometime, because I think you'd make a good writer.
Yeah, who has paper anymore?
You're 12 me, okay? Number one, I always have my journal on me, you know that. But also, I think, you're 12 years old and you're talking this way and you're handling all these responsibilities and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, good job, man. You're really cool.
I'm gonna look over in in Matchlight's direction and be like, you really don't understand these kids, man. The environment they grew up in is way worse than what I did.
And, and
I guess
he-
that'll mature you pretty quick, huh?
I mean, when the NCPD knocks your whole con app block down and your parents die screaming in front of you when you're 7, yeah, it'll change you.
That got very dark. And that's
Yeah.
okay.
Stands
I'm just gonna
quietly at the
say,
back of the room.
that's okay. I just wasn't expecting it, but I am very sorry for your loss.
Appreciate it. Bottom
I'll
line,
I would say I'll jokingly look at both of them like, well, at least you have one thing in common. I've never seen your faces outside of those helmets.
Yeah.
and so
And you probably never will, buddy,
so
But
so Apex, the guy who's been talking to you, says, so we know, edge runners usually won't do stuff for free, and we wouldn't ask you to. What we got is a little less than the standard rate, but we're still hoping it'll be enough. And he stacks like some loosely, like some of the bills are like in actual rolls, like you can clearly tell that they came out of like a case somewhere at some point. Others are just kind of like loosely crumpled up. Says, I think if we counted this up right, it should be 1,000 eddies, so 250 to each of you. I know it's not much, but if you can get blades back, it's what we've got.
alright, Carpet, prep the wheels. Let's gonk pay. I'm not doing it. And then I start to walk away, but then I turn around. Nah, I'm just kidding. Did I get you?
He says, look,
Sorry, I haven't been around kids very much. I'm just trying to... Is this humorous for you?
and Apex just says, look, Blades is like an older sister to all of us, and if she's dead, and he just kind of lets it trail. Like he does, like you can tell he's again wearing like a full gas mask with mirrored lenses, so you can't see his eyes, but you get the sense that like, yeah, that's not an easy thing for him to think about.
I'll see he sort of shifts demeanor and be like, hey kid, look, my 250, don't worry about it. I lived without my family for a long time too. They all got taken from me, but I don't know where the hell they are. I'd rather know that they were dead or alive.
We're gonna find out what happened to him for you.
All right.
I
Yeah.
just need one more thing. I need to know the boundaries that you have around me potentially telling a little bit of your story. Then I kind of point to the camera on my helmet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if I can kind of control something or say something in specific, it'll be just tell all you chromed up gonks out there who want to take this fucking building. It's our fucking building. That ain't changing anytime soon.
Oh, I'm supposed to be recording. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I got the latter half of that at the very least.
Yeah.
But awesome. No, yeah, we'll make a star of you yet. I'm good to go. I'll do this for you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I kind of want to lag behind the group if everybody's leaving because I got one more thing I want to talk to him about.
Sure.
So I'm gonna kind of whoever was at the front of the pack of who we were talking to, ever seemed like the current ringleader.
Yeah, it's Apex. Yeah, this guy with the gas mask on.
Correct. So I'm gonna kind of get down to his level. I'm gonna say, look, I know shit's rough for you guys right now. I was in the same position, so I'm not even worried about my payment. However,
I'd rather make an investment. And I pull out the other 3 baggies that I still have on me.
Mm.
And I'm going to say, now these can flip easily for 100 eddies apiece. All I'm going to ask back for is 50. You guys get to keep half. You guys sell them by the next week, make it an ongoing deal. You guys can have regular eddies to eat without having to put yourselves too far out there.
Go ahead and roll me persuasion.
I actually can't believe I'm doing this, but they're in such a harsh
You're like,
they're in such a harsh
damn.
situation. This is the actual dark future.
It is. No, that's where, like, when I was writing this gig, I'm like, I know exactly what I want to throw you guys through this time. So
Persuasion. You said?
persuasion. Yep.
Yep, I'm gonna throw my 2 luck on that because I'm not very good at that. Oh, not a very convincing argument.
And the kid looks at it and he says, "Look, I'm not the deal guy. Usually that's Blades, which is why she's the one who does our runs. She's got some people she knows. But if you tell her, you find her, maybe she'll make the deal."
Well, stands up. Looks like it's an investment either way. Then stay safe, kid. I'm gonna fall out with the rest of the group.
Beautiful. Yeah, so you guys get back to the elevator that shakily kind of like slides down to the lobby level again. And you guys are pretty much set with, and Tetra rides down with you. And you could tell, like, the whole time since you asked for a map, she's been like doodling on a piece of scrap paper. That's like the back side of an old kibble label. And she says, "Yeah, I think that," and she like corrects one line, "That should be the one." And she hands the scrap of paper over to you, Celsius. Says, "I think this is where she went."
I'll ask her one more thing before we leave. I need a. I was gonna ask, so what? Who exactly? Or what I should say? What does Blades look like? Is there anything very identifying about her, or?
Oh.
And I'll sort of bend down at her and like sort of somberly though, and say, just in case we, have to bring back a body.
I mean, I hope that's not what happens, but I mean, Blades is amazing. She's tall, she's pretty, she's got 2 big glowy skate feet that she knows how to use really well at the end of 2 long silver legs. Danger Gal bought them for her last year, and she's got this really cool looking Ocu set on one of her eyes.
All right, kid. I didn't mean to get too real with you there, but you know how the city can be. Of all people,
And she kind of like looks a little like crestfallen at that, and she says, "Yeah, please find her."
We'll do our best, kid. And I'll head out.
Yeah, dang, 2-hour mark. Time flies, Chumbas. Yeah, it does. This is not uncommon for Neon Inferno when we get into our denser sessions. That being said, so you guys leave this building, leave the hideout of Generation Red. And the route that's drawn on this piece of paper leads north, toward pretty much exactly like they described. It's like within 2 blocks of the Secure Corp building would have been the route she took. And that area, from the scream sheets, has been crawling, like thick mosquito kind of crawling, with corpos and the NCPD since the explosion a week ago. So I will let you guys consider how you want to kind of approach this. But I would like to go ahead and have us take a quick break just so we can use the bathroom, grab some water since we have hit the 2-hour mark. And then we can kind of come back with fresh heads and everything. Does that sound good?
Sounds great to me.
All
Sure.
right. Beautiful. So your chat, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. YouTube, you'll see us in about 5 seconds. So Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, it's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future, tunes. And we are back. Hello, everybody. You guys were just heading out from Generation Red's headquarters, and heading toward the north end of the combat zone here, where there's like a bit of a break in the barricade, or at least there was a break in the barricade, which is how you got to Secure Court. Now, of course, that whole area is swarming thick with corpos, cops, all that. So, as you guys kind of approach this, how do you want to do this? Because there's the city's a big place, and there's ways to kind of go around this if you think about it hard enough, potentially. But I'll leave it up to you guys. Discuss, or if you already have a plan, let me know, because I know I gave you guys a minute to think.
I mean, we do have the NCPD uniform still.
Could we like pool our knowledge on the back streets and see if we can't just find a way to route kind of not exactly around them, but not exactly through them, you know?
Yeah, sidestep them as close as you can, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to try and roll tactics, that is one way you could approach it.
I mean, that's where my vote lies. Take the most convenient back streets and keep our heads low.
Yeah, and I think worst case scenario, if we bump into somebody and they ask what we're up to, we just say we're looking for a missing kid. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's a good point. Yeah, we can do that.
Just mention how so she was near the explosion when Securitech went up. So it's pretty common news by now that place lit up in flames.
Yeah, definitely. It's been all over the screens, news, all of it.
So everybody throwing in their tactics then to see who knows the best route?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
It should be on the lower left.
Yep,
Yeah.
bottom of education.
Hell yeah. And then, did you also want to roll at Matchlight?
Yes, I did. Bada bing. Bada boom.
Hell yeah. All right, very cool. Let me take a quick look at something here on my notes. Beautiful. All right. So most of you are kind of looking at this, and based on the route that Tetra drew, you're looking at this and you're like, oh, this is like really fucked. Like the route that she was taking puts her like smack dab through the cloud of security and stuff. And rack your brains as much as you will. You guys can't think of a great way to navigate through it. That is, until Carpet, you look at the map and you notice this very small detail as you kind of overlay it with your agent and look at like the more high-res map that you have there. One of the buildings right at the edge of all this has a fire escape. And you think you might be able to get up onto the roofs and use that to kind of cross more carefully past the area thickest with Corpo security. Just using the rooftops and the various like air control units on the top of them as sort of cover.
Ooh, tubular.
Yeah. So Carpet's got a route that is viable potentially.
Good.
Yep. So is that what the route are we taking that as our path, or are we considering anything else before we set off?
I mean, when we get there, if it looks safe enough, I suppose it works.
Yeah,
Fair.
seems like the best option for now, at least.
Fair. All right. So this building is about 4 blocks north of you. It's late afternoon. The sun is starting to dip to that point where the sky ignites that bright red color. As you get to the bottom of this fire escape, it looks a little rickety, but it looks to be relatively structurally sound. Like it doesn't look like it's going to fall apart under any of your weight. To kind of navigate it and just remain, perfectly nimble, and definitely to make the least amount of noise, I will accept either athletics or stealth for this.
I'll take mine with athletics, please. And just for headcanon, because I just realized as you were setting the scene of this afternoon, I don't think we ever rolled weather for today.
I will roll that for us. Ooh, Matchlight, you're struggling a bit there. Okay. So yeah, let me pull up. Where is interface? Volume 2, Night City weather. Give me. Let's see, roll.
This is where I get cursed for asking and we get acid rain.
All right, so it is a cool day around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And well, that is some strange weather.
Oh no.
Okay.
This is supposed to be a quick thing. I don't like how many dice are being rolled here.
It's a raining fire. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's actually raining nukes. Roll for evasion.
I'll keep this one in my back pocket. I've described the scene already. But suffice it to say, you hear the rumble of thunder on the horizon. You know that's probably not far off.
Good thing I've got an umbrella.
It's not over our heads yet. We're going to be on a rooftop, so let's get off the roof as fast as possible.
Yeah, ski-daddle.
Thankfully, this roof is only about a block in length, and it'll drop you on the other end relatively close to the crossing that Blades would have likely used for the cross into the glen, and it should be far enough north to be past most of the corporate security. So you think you probably stand a decent chance of getting off this thing quickly. So yeah, most of you actually struggle a little bit with getting up. Thankfully, Blue is there to kind of help those of you who struggle just a little bit to get up onto the roof. Of course, when Matchlight, you come up, maybe it's the fact you're wearing your helmet and it narrows your vision, but you slip and loudly clang up against one of the railings as your footing kind of leaves you. Thankfully, it doesn't appear anyone has heard nearby, as most of you did get up quietly and you're kind of the last one. You think you might hear a voice, but by then you're at the top of the building and well out of sight. So it's less of an issue. Most of you did pass this. It looks like just Matchlight had the issue here. So
the one person who tried to dish it on stealth.
Yeah, it's all good. So as you guys kind of cross the rooftop in the failing sunlight, you kind of look off to the east, and you can see that there is a series of thunderclouds gathering, and they seem to stretch across the horizon from east to west south of you. So it's kind of this curled system, and it looks like the back end of it is starting to just kind of sweep up as it rotates in your direction. Looks like a big one. So you're probably gonna, like Carpet suggested, want to get off this rooftop ASAP.
I have an umbrella.
I don't know. This sounds like one of those Sacramento storms where, at least in my city, it is a very common thing that if it's raining hard enough to actually need an umbrella, the chances are the wind is also strong enough your umbrella won't be there long.
Oh,
like
yeah, maybe.
just good enough to get to your car and not much else.
Yeah, there's very good odds that like yesterday we had like 30-mile-an-hour steady with bigger gusts, and there was rain in that. And imagine trying to go out in that with an umbrella. It's more of a disadvantage than an advantage.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I know some of you are in Cali. How has the weather been? Not to get too distracted from the game, but I definitely was wondering about that because I've heard some stories about LA getting just drenched right now.
Oh yeah. I lost power for a few hours. The back gate got flung open in the middle of the storm, so we had to go out there and like reinforce it with boards and roll a boulder in front of it in the middle of all that shit. That was a fun thing to wake up to.
Holy shit. And then, because like Cody, I know you're the other one here who's living there. How have you been through it all?
Central's been getting some heavy rain, and we actually had our breaker trip the other day, which is pretty annoying. Other than that, I mean, yeah, just rain and fog, which is pretty normal for us.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad it's the worst of it. At least sounds like it's missing you. But yeah, that's
north and south that are really getting destroyed.
Yeah. No, that's kind of the vibe I was kind of picking up from the news I've been hearing. But no, I'm glad you guys are safe. Like that's the important thing. Obviously, you're here tonight, so I assume it's not that bad. But yeah, definitely been thinking about you guys as I'm like, shit, this thing is coming and it's gonna be bad.
Put it this way, Charlie. Yeah, the Los Angeles River is full.
Yeah, no, I had heard that, and I'm like, and because I know like my wife's family lives just north of LA, so it's like, oh god, yeah, I'm hoping that they're high enough up that they usually don't have issues, but yeah, it's a thing. Anyway, like I said, not to get too distracted from the game, but I wanted to check in because I hadn't done that yet. That just occurred to me that I hadn't. So, so yeah, you guys are able to traverse the rooftops here. And yeah, that thunderstorm is pushing in really fast. You get to the other side of this expansive rooftop. And on the other end, there's a couple of boards that have been stretched out over these expanses between the buildings to kind of cover the way across. And on each one, you see like a small version of that same robed looking figure that was on the Generation Red headquarters. And you get the sense that you are on the right path. Like this is clearly one of their smuggling routes. And so as you kind of cross the rooftops, you notice down below that the barricades are more or less going to be behind you by the time you're on the other end of this building. And so in doing this, the sky above you is beginning to darken, not because of the sun setting, but because the clouds are beginning to reach you. So you are all able to descend off of the roof here, and then the sky opens up. Rain begins pouring down around you in sheets, wind whipping at your faces, and Night City is engulfed by one of the worst thunderstorms you have in recent memory. So
I told you I was cursed for asking for the roll.
the moment I saw the 6 on that, I'm like, oh, that's, god damn it, Ghost.
See, I'm unhappy and I'm also happy because this sure does make things interesting now.
Yeah, Tito, Riders on the Storm is going to start playing soon, yeah.
Yeah, look at it like this. It's loud outside. People aren't going to hear us coming.
It's very true.
True.
All right. Well then, so a couple things about the thunderstorm that you guys should be aware of, because these all have some fun little things. So while thunderstorms are rare in Night City, When they happen, they trend towards incredibly destructive. Oh boy. All right. And then there's a couple of instructions to me as the GM involving lightning strikes. Yep. Okay. So basically this thing this kind of obscure your vision, but it also has a possibility of striking you with lightning. So we'll be rolling dice every so often here. As a matter of fact, I think I'll roll my first one now.
It's gonna be me. Please be me. I'm the one with the curse. I tempted the fates.
All right. Well, so as you guys descend off of the building, suddenly above you, there is a flash, bright, violent, almost as if a flashbang has been emitted. And for a moment, you don't hear anything, and then the bang follows half a second behind the flash as a conductive rod at the top of one of these buildings catches the bolt and diverts it. But yeah, this is definitely
evasion.
gonna be one of those times where things start getting really fucking shaky here. So
Reminds me of when I lived in Scottsdale and there was a microburst at my house. So like my specific block had a storm that was so bad that the lightning was striking the parking lot with so much force that it was knocking shit off my shelves.
yeah, it'll do that.
In one block, just my block where I lived in. Like 3 minutes to the other direction, no storm at all.
Yep, that sounds about right. I mean, like, back, my family used to have a cottage in Wisconsin, and we had, like, it was like 2 or 3 weeks before we moved, where we were getting ready to sell the place, and it was 2 stories, and the top story had this, like, it was like a half balcony, kind of half sealed balcony. So there were screens around the sides of it, so you could get the wind, but not the bugs. We always refer to it as the West Nile room. So you could hang outside, not risk West Nile virus. And there was this microburst that flew through there, and yeah, that shit was terrifying. Just when suddenly that wind kicks up, and there was like a lake that you could see from the room that's like maybe 2 blocks away. And it kicked water up out of the lake, and you just see it all go airborne as this microburst shifted through. Yeah, they're terrifying. Violent thunderstorms are really spooky. Thankfully, we get less of them out here, it feels like, than we did back there. Even with monsoon season, but it is still like, when you get a big one come through, you're like, Jesus. I can hear my windows rattling, and I think that my house is shaking from the force of either wind or thunder or both. It's great.
Yeah.
Bro, you sure there isn't an enemy stand user on your block? Hey, good question. Thunderstruck just play if any gonk got hit with electricity bolt from the lightning. Beautiful. All right. So, you guys continue down and find yourself in a maze of alleyways on the eastern end of the glen. Everyone, please go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Since you asked.
I will be very much happy if you roll me a perception check. Beautiful. All right. So, Celsius, this might be because you got that augmented eyesight of yours. The moment you come down, though, you're listening through the howling wind and the pouring rain, the thunder. Your eyes and ears definitely feel concussed from that near bolt of lightning that just struck a building maybe a block away. And with that said, actually, I can add some thunderstorm effects here. So let me do that real quick here. With that said, you look around and you see one chrome leg with a like blinking neon wheel in a trash heap just up ahead. So now I would like to transition us over to one. I'm going to change our music just a little bit because I would like some tense. So I'm going to do that. And I am going to really quick block the stream. And I'm gonna, let me see here. So we got Celsius. And what's, because I know Celsius, you're probably gonna be out front here because you're the one who sees this. What is the marching order for everyone else? Who?
I'm just next to Matchlight.
I'm probably at the back. Blue's just kind of looking around, being amazed by all the sounds and lights from the thunderstorm.
Matchlight and Carpet, since it's like a 2-person wide sort of alley, which of you would be in front?
I can be.
Beautiful. All right. Gonna activate the scene. And then I'm gonna also make sure that the ambiance is there we go. Beautiful. So ahead of you, you see a chrome leg sticking out and basically a lock of pink hair that seems matted down by a combination of dirt and the heavy rain. And you think you can see quickly rinsing away under this person the red that you know is coming from some kind of bleeding wound.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna run to the blinky wheel.
Yep. Yep, and you see in front of you someone that seems to match the description of Blades.
And does it look like she's still alive?
Go ahead and roll me first aid.
Because if there's enough of her to save, I'm gonna call trauma team.
Ooh, good call, good call. All right, cool.
They can do it a lot better than I fucking can.
So yeah, go ahead and let's see what your first aid roll is.
Blah.
Yeah, so you are having a hard time telling, and it's obviously like with all the rain and stuff, it's pretty hard to get a full read on that. Celsius, you do see ever so slightly, like she's still giving off thermal readings, which is good. The body's not cold. And it seems warm enough, and you think you can see the ever so slight rise and fall of her chest as well as you kind of get closer to her. So yeah, but yeah, you guys she looks pretty bad.
So I'm literally just gonna go like fuck, and then I'm calling trauma team.
Yeah, so
because you can call it for somebody else, right?
You can, yep. And you just hear over the you tap the trauma team card, which is like a sort of similar to Scream Sheet material, where it's like a thin plastic, but it is a card with some interactive elements on it. So when you activate it, it puts a call through your agent to trauma team. And then I just need to confirm, I believe, to get them out, it's a D6 for time, if I remember right.
Yeah, and then while trauma team's on their way, I want to like grab her bag so that way anything that she would have found while she was out, trauma team doesn't like confiscate it or whatever.
Yeah, and so she reaches up as you grab the bag. She reaches up and grabs your hand. No, that's mine. Don't.
Hey, hold on, don't worry. Trauma team's on their way. We're gonna get you fixed up. I'm holding this so that way they don't take it from you, and I'm going to give it back to you.
I don't have insurance though.
I do.
And she kind of like you could see she's like only half awake, and she's kind of like looking around through her blood loss. Who are you people?
We'll figure that part out later. Just stay alive.
All right, beautiful. So silver. So upon calling trauma team, roll a d6, and then that determines how many rounds it'll take them. Okay. Good to know. So you all hear some shouting from over here. And you hear, she went this way, she went this way, come on! And you definitely hear the stomping of boots. And she says, oh, fuck. Continental, I think they saw me. I'm so sorry, guys.
I'm moving up to cover here.
Bet. All right. Everyone, you have your opportunity to take positions within kind of this space of the alleyway. Because you do
Terrible time to roll a 6 for a trauma team.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what's. We've said this before. This is where we get the drama coming in, right? So let me reveal the scene to everyone here.
So which direction were the boots coming from?
Up next to this alleyway that Maya just took. So like up in this direction.
Okay,
So-
can I drag the kid behind this barrier? And I just want to set up like on this corner. I'm going to stay right here so he can still see his token, but I want to peek around that corner so I can take a shot at them when they come out.
So you'll drag her back here with you?
Sorry, go ahead, Cody. I'm done.
No, I was gonna say, are these dumpsters that she's by? Because we just never hop in a dumpster.
Yeah, so these are dumpsters. They're pretty full, so you don't really think you could hide well in them.
Damn.
Even this is like a heap of trash because of how overfull one of them is. That she just like laid down in. Oh my goodness. Dark Colt, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Emmerron. I am a Cyberpunk Red streamer, and we are playing Neon Inferno, which is my homebrew campaign where I have written a lovely gig where my crew is going in for peanuts, just about, to rescue this girl right here who's a member of a gang called Generation Red. A bunch of kids on the streets of a combat zone. So welcome in, guys. How was your stream?
Speaking of her, tiny addendum. Can I loan her my Nomad rocker? Just like put it in her hand once I drag it back, and I say just in case you need to use it.
Yeah, and so she takes it. She says, "I fired some conch shit before. This isn't first."
Well, kids get kids' toys.
She looks up, and you can tell she's a little older than the kids you're dealing with. Like she's maybe 17, and she just kind of gives you a glance. Okay, now I know you've met my friends. So with that, is everyone in the position they want?
Can I prepare an action to suppress a fire?
You indeed can. So I'm going to activate everyone's combat state.
Also, do I have
wait,
time
and then
to
can I
rail some synth coke?
I was gonna say, can I take this fancy new synth coke that Blue gave us?
You may, yes.
That was the super synth coke, right?
Kinda.
Or is that the one with blue glass in it?
Stuff.
It's the
That's
one
that
with
cream stuff.
it's the,
Yeah,
it's the one with blue glass in it. But
Oh,
yeah.
I'm just gonna take a regular synth coke then.
No, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Come on. Have some fun. Live a little.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't know. So I went for 2 doses. So I'm just gonna. Because I already had 1 dose of synth coke, and you said they look the same. So I'm just gonna take 1, and then let's just 50-50. See if it's the. You know what? I will let you decide if it's the blue glass one or not. I just took synth coke.
Here's how we do this. Roll me a D2. It is the one with the blue glass in it. So you start seeing in the rain.
Shit.
The rain starts coming down around you in like neon streaks as the drug begins taking effect. And yeah, you feel that reflex boost you're used to feeling with synth coke. But you see trails of light and you're like, fuck, this isn't just synth coke.
So I'm literally just gonna be like, what the fuck did you give me?
You'll see enhanced effect. It'll work.
All right, everyone, go ahead and roll me initiative. You are all marked for combat.
Yeah, and I do just want to keep it noted. I'm technically on the same spot as Celsius. I'm just staying to the left of it so that he can still maneuver his token when he needs to.
Yeah, you got
I
it.
am just killing it in the fucking initiative rolls lately.
Bad. All right, cool shit, guys. So
I accidentally re-rolled my initiative. Can I be on the 18 one?
yeah, no problem. Let me just delete that, and I'll modify your initiative. No problem.
Thank you.
Yep, there we go. Cool. So Carpet and Matchlight, you are first to an initiative. So, Carpet, you are first. You do hear voices coming from up here.
Well, do we get our prepared actions, or are we just doing our thing?
I mean, if you want to keep your prepared action, you can just hold it till later in the initiative round. But these guys have not come around the corner yet, so.
I see.
Well then, yeah, I'll just hold an action to shoot a grenade as soon as they come around the corner.
That, okay. So the first one up is this dude. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and yeah, you can move up to 6. So 5, 6, and you guys do have line of sight of this guy. As he rounds the corner, you can see he's carrying a shotgun in his hand.
Cool. I will suppressive fire him with my prepared action.
Okay.
Which won't take my action for this round, right? Since it was my prepared one.
Correct. Yeah, because this will
Beautiful.
This will be like a surprise action that you get. And
Whoops!
then, yeah,
I don't
you'll-
want to use my assault rifle.
So well, here's
Actually,
the
yeah, I do.
here's the real question, Matchlighter. If you are using this now, because your regular action would have come before this guy would have had a chance to move. So when would you like to take your normal action during this turn? Would it be after this or?
After this, because I'm gonna do a big scary face down.
Okay. Cool. So suppress first, and then
Yeah.
cool, and then Carpet. I'll give you the same thing. I'll let you do it first, just because I know you prepared your blast first, and then
Yes.
beautiful. I mean,
It's
That's,
actually
I
still
think that
pretty
still
good.
works.
that
Yeah.
is kind of nutty. Yeah. So let me roll his concentration.
Damn.
Okay, he does
Ah.
beat it, but god damn, just barely.
Yeah. Right.
Holy shit. So now, Carpet, you can throw your grenade.
Throw it? What do I look like? Some sort of barbarian?
I have a civilized plunking tube for this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me draw
Um,
you a 10-meter circle. And I can move this. This is just to give you an idea of what a 10-meter circle is.
Counterpoint,
Yeah.
tube.
These
I
poor
want to put it like back here-ish,
Uh,
so that way it's still
point at it again for me.
like somewhere around here. I wanted to catch him, and then I'm assuming his friends are hiding behind too.
Oh, hold up. I wanted to just see the sight line to make sure that we had that. Yeah, you'd have that. You'd have that because you could just
And then
blink around.
12 meters with a grenade launcher. The
Yeah.
DV tool still doesn't work.
DV is 15 on that one.
That's not terrible.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, and you immediately fire.
that's what I
this
get for
thing.
saying it's not terrible. Jesus.
Yeah, because this shitty other person's grenade launcher is.
Yuck.
I'm trying to remember. This thing is. Is this a? Yeah, it is a poor quality one. I can tell. Okay. So yeah, this thing.
Yeah, it's just a regular poor quality one though.
Yeah, so this thing, you pull the trigger, and the thing doesn't fire. It just jams the second that you press down the trigger, and that shitty other person's launcher suddenly has a. Yeah, it is a shitty launcher. But
Yeah.
it just jams.
So then I'm just gonna go.
So you
Fuck.
can set
And then,
that.
would it be possible to just scooch back
Yeah,
a little bit?
yeah. So
I want to scoot because my gun doesn't work. I don't want to be standing in front of the dude with the shotgun.
Totally. So you move around here. You do get your actual initiative action for the round now. Did you want to just clear your gun as the action for the round?
Yeah. yeah, I'll just do that.
Cool. All right.
Could I slip in my prepared action? Because I had been waiting to take a shot from back here. I just
Yes,
had
you
this
can.
angle for simplicity.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Blaming the blue glass on that miss.
Carpet was just way up ahead of you. That's all. So yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Assault rifle attack.
It's a
Damn, that should be a hit. I think. Let me double check here.
No, I didn't configure my DV. I just sent it.
I checked it. Yeah, that hits exactly. That's right on what you need to hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Let's go.
Oh.
Oh,
Sorry, I should have
yeah.
clicked that.
And so you see just a hail of bullets stream out of this alleyway. And yours is just one of the dozen or so that are flying in this guy's direction. Yeah, that's where we're at with that. So that's your prepared action, and then you're sliding back in. Celsius, I assume you also prepared to do the same thing.
Oh yeah, no, I was waiting for somebody to pop out.
You got it. Well, he popped out. DV is 15 for you.
Cool. Let's see.
But his troops are gonna be like, what the fuck? He stepped out into the one thing and just got completely peppered.
That one misses. So yeah, lots of ones in that opening volley, unfortunately.
I mean, I still feel bad for this poor fuck because he's expecting one like 16 to 17-year-old girl and he's running into 4 grown-ass adults.
4 grown-ass adults, yeah, with nades and assault rifles and
all this other shit.
Why don't you have a seat raise his assault rifle?
oh, PQ still fires. Oh, interesting. I mean, let's see. Let me redraw that because that was like here. So let me count because that would have been like 12 off. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it'd be like up here. It would have overshot and then jammed. So yeah, it wouldn't have hit anything. If it's
That's
up
all right.
there. Yeah. So ain't nothing but a thing. Cool. So we had carpet matchlighter. This guy blue. Now you get your actual action for the turn.
Cool. Well, second verse, same as the first. I'm gonna peek out, pop another shot.
You got it. This
guy.
time the guy sees you, so he will try to evade because he does have that option. The last.
Oh wait,
time...
do I get my actual action now instead of my prepared one?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Awesome.
All right,
So
I'll slip back.
Yep.
I'll just be kind of defiantly standing like I don't give a fuck, and I'll
Yep.
have my assault rifle levied at him, and after he's taken a few shots, I was like, whoops, you turned down the wrong alley. You should probably tell your friends before they do the same thing and go looking somewhere else.
And
then
you're doing this with
I'll
a
just
face
have like a
down?
sarcastic smiley face on my helmet. Yep.
Roger. All right, yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Arg. So I have 3 rep, you said.
You do.
Bada bing.
And it's
Confirm.
close enough to where you have it that I'll accept it.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking. I actually like don't like
Oh.
playing on fucking Foundry anymore. Is it because Foundry hates me?
I'm not gonna lie, it might actually help recustomize your dice.
And
I didn't know how to do that.
maybe you got the bad dice. You got to put these in dice jail.
I'm
Yep.
just blaming this on the planetary alignment tonight. That's all.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, this one says, no, I think we found what we're looking for. Guys, they're over here. And yeah, now blue.
Okay, so I'm going to, and I realize I can take a step forward, and that will put me to a DV-15, right? Yeah, I know he's gonna dodge anyways, but
Yeah. Actually,
Good
hold up.
habits.
This guy will get his action
I am.
first. So, because he did his movement. So he's going to raise his shotgun up to you, Matchlight. This is going to be a DV-13. Just bear in mind, you're going to take a -2 to evade since you failed the face down.
I'm customizing my dice.
You're good.
Wait, does he have line of sight of me? Because I
He
was trying
does.
to be out of his line of sight. Okay, well, if I would have known that, can I have moved over here instead?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and I'll just
Okay, cool.
undo this and modify his ammo, because...
Perfect, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Settings, loaded. 4. There we go. Alright. So yeah, so you do that. So in that case, because he's already moved his full movement, let me see, how far does he have to shoot to hit Cody here? Probably not easy for... Oh my god, of course it doesn't actually feed me the ranges. It's probably, if I had to guess, DV20 at that range. So DV20, he will try to take a shot at you, Cody. Do you want to try and dodge, or are you just going to let this fly?
I think I'm just gonna let it fly. I don't expect him to shoot me with a shotgun all the way from over there.
Good call. Yep, it just hits the pavement next to you and misses.
I'm just glad Founder too.
Yeah, so Blue, now we're on to you. I'm so sorry.
Cool, and I'm going to take a moment on my turn just to let you know, Connor, if you go to the very right tab, like the...
I
all
got
the
it,
tabs on the
actually.
right, yep, there's a little
Thank
thing
you,
to
sir.
customize dice in there.
Yeah, he's going through it.
It's so nice. I'm going to go 1, 2, finally take this shot.
You got it. Yep.
Let's
DV15.
see if you can. Oh, what is
Oh,
this?
no.
What is happening to us tonight, guys?
It's
he would've-
thunderstorm.
He would have tried to evade, so that might actually
Oh.
save you here.
Come on,
We'll
crit
see.
fail with me. Crit fail with me.
Nope.
Nope.
You dodge. Celsius, we're on to you.
Same thing. Gonna pop a shot off the prey. Jesus.
We are just shooting terribly. Oh my god.
Okay, well,
How many
next
crit
is-
fails
you
have
didn't
we
even roll
had just
high.
in this first round of initiative?
I don't know, but that's, yeah. Can I get some gonk rolls in the chat, please? Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
All right, well, next we have the next operative here, who's gonna go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, and they've got a little less move. 4, this one has an assault rifle, so they will be shooting down at you there, Cody. This one is going to be it should be the same DV, I think. So DV15. Would you like
I'll
to
evade.
evade or let that ride?
I'm gonna evade.
Beautiful. I thought it was going to be a
I was
1
so
again.
close to 1.
I was going to scream. I was like, what? Oh, yep. You dodge it. You dodge it.
Ooh.
Good job. Good job. So yeah, again, this one hits a little closer. This one literally hits the pavement right next to you at your feet. Now the other one, who I will activate now. Come on, move. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then their distance to you is the same. So it'll be a DV15. Would you like to roll evasion?
Yes.
Yep, you do evade it. Good job. All right. Now it's Blade's turn. So Blades is just gonna crawl around and just hold her insides in essentially at this point, while we wait for Trauma Team to arrive. All right, Carpet.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Maybe that'll help. Dirty Rollers, thank you for the loot box. Yeah, we'll see what that is.
1, 2. Oh, they're all just right there. That's very convenient.
I know you like it when enemies group up like that for you.
Yeah, so I want to put the grenade like right there so it doesn't hit. Actually, what does the 10-meter circle look like if I put it right here? Okay, yeah, no, right back up there is actually fine. I changed my mind.
Yeah, and so
And then what's-
whoopsie daisy. I'm sorry, I wanted to see the range. 12 meters, yeah, so DV15.
I really want this to hit, so I'm gonna put 5 luck into it.
You got it. Let's go.
Well. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's
maximum possible.
that's
Holy
that's
shit.
insane. Let me double check. If
If I had put the rest of my luck into that, it would have been a 40.
only one of these guys can even try to evade it, so I'm gonna have him attempt. But Jesus, yeah, no, that is not happening.
And also, this is the Shuriken tornado grenade, so I roll damage individually.
Oh, that's insane. Okay, cool. All I'm saying, guys, is I'm manifesting some shit right now, so please make me draw one of these. Please.
Okay. Which one am I rolling damage for first?
We'll roll for the commander first, the one in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, 14. That's a start.
Sorry, we got the ones out of the way.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
that's
all
true.
good. Now we're gonna roll for the one to his left. Okay, that's better. And now the one below him. Okay. Not bad. So we've dealt some damage. They've been shredded with the power of shrapnel. But yeah, those are not enough to kill them. So they are still holding on.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go scooch,
Yep.
scooch.
Beautiful. Matchlighter.
Who among these homies are looking like they're in pain?
I mean, none of them really yet. All of them look like
Okay, gotcha.
they took that first one on the chin pretty well.
DV auto fire assault rifle. Bada bing. If I went out here,
Yeah,
that'd
like
be
this-
DV17, DV17.
This particular one was a little more hurt because he's actually absorbed a couple shots from like blue.
Whoops. Assault rifle auto fire. There we go. Oh shit. Okay, so I started here. So 1, 2. DV20. Okay, so seeing that they're in this range, I'm gonna retcon this because I'm looking at the DVs now. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm gonna just let my assault rifle go in its sling and then pull out my SMG,
Okay.
which will be better for me because then I can just go 1, 2, and that's a DV17, which is good because that's the best I could do. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Sorry, bear with me. I'm a special boy. If I went one back here, nope, I would need to go all the way back here to get a DV17. Cheese and rice. Yeah, okay, SMG it is. Okay, so from here, I should be able to have a DV17 for SMG auto fire. And I will do it on the guy up front.
You got it?
So, let me roll that for you. Auto damage. Confirm.
Oh!
There we go, finally.
Oh. Oh, let's
Once we change the dice.
go.
Things are looking up.
So that'll
That-
be the max auto fire
Max,
damage.
which is I believe a 3 for the SMG. So yeah.
Right, exactly. Multiplier 3. Confirm. Oh, it only rolled 2.
That's what it normally does. Because it then.
Oh,
auto-fire.
sorry. Yeah, I don't know why.
2d6 times 3. Yep.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
yeah. So you pound lead into the front of this guy's armor jack. This guy is hurting a little worse, but not terribly. What are we doing from here?
I'm just hopping back into cover.
Bet. All right. Now the commander says, "Jesus Christ, they've got some big guns," and he's just going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is going to line up. He's going to line up a shot on you, Matchlighter. DV is going to be a 13 on his shotgun from here.
Okay, here's my evasion roll.
Jesus.
Let's go.
There we go.
Here we go.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Yeah, things turned around.
Yeah.
All right. Holy shit. Sound of Tokyo, thank you for following. I appreciate it. All right. Well, that was his round. So, Blue, you're up.
All right, Blue's gonna turn back to Blaze and say, "Just crawl to the back and try and stay, and we'll take care of this." I'm gonna step out.
Blue's becoming the hero arc.
Would I be able to? Would I be able to just throw one of my smokes?
You could. Do you want the radius?
Yeah, I want to try and. Because what did I have it measured? I think from here to like here, I think was the DV15.
Let me double check your distance.
Oh no, I would need to move one more forward for that spot.
12, and the what is it? 7 to 12 range and the 13 to 25 range are the same. So it'd be DV15 either way.
Oh, the scaling goes up to 15, so I figured I couldn't throw farther than that.
You can throw up to 25 meters with just your arm, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah, because for the sliding scale, it just maxes out at 12 for DV15.
That's a bug, yeah.
So I'll take 2 more steps forward so that it can say DV15, but I want to try and put it back there, just so that hopefully it doesn't creep out to the other side of this. And I'm going to be throwing the last of my blue lace grenades, which are the ones that have the euphoric and paralytic effect.
You got it.
Let me load up my thrown weapon. My sheet is too tall these days. Change ammo. Blue lace. And sending.
There you go. Yep, that is indeed going to land right there. So they need to pass a DV, what is it? A DV15 resist drug torture?
Let me check the blue lace. Target experiences euphoria. They have to pass a DV15 resist drugs torture check in order to resist the effect of the drug. If they fail this, they take -2 to all motor actions in the next round and must succeed a DV17 resist drugs torture check or be paralyzed for D6.
All right, so the one in front does resist it. The one back here, though, does not. So they are in a little bit of trouble here. So I'm going to mark them with a diseased. They're going through it already. All right, very cool.
Hold on, Blue's just going to say, it's not the big guns you need to worry about. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, back into my hidey hole.
And you see this like little bound canister with duct tape just fly off. And then when that cap lets loose, you just see this acrid blue kind of like inky smoke just bleed out into the rain-drenched air. And this one back here is just like, boss, holy shit, why is it so bright? And they already are taking it. They're like, hey, Stevens. And, like, you already see the one back there trying to get her to, like, snap out of it. Celsius, we come to you.
I'm trying to look at my DVs for shotgun, and all it gives me is slug. Would that be the same thing as what I've currently got equipped?
Well, so is it incendiary slugs or shells that you have?
They're shells.
So shells are a 3x3 grid. So, like, I can draw it for you real quick.
I think they're shells. Let me check what my gear says. Yeah, they're shells.
Yeah, so a shell fills a range like this immediately in front of you. It's like a 3x3 grid, and you just need to beat a DV13 to hit unless they can evade, in which case it still resolves like a normal, kind of like explosive shot, but it hits everything in that 3x3 grid.
All right. Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
So you're going to try and blast him with it?
I sure am, even though it's raining, and I just want to really try out this new shotgun.
You got it.
Oh, I need to load it first. That'd be good.
That would
I would have assumed out of the weapon.
You already told me that you were doing that, so it's ain't nothing.
Bang.
All right, he can try to evade, so he will. And does manage to, so he can just dodge out of the side here.
Cool, I'll hold my ground there. That's fine.
Beautiful. All right, we now come to this Continental Operative. who now, this one, so they get a -2 to everything motor, so they're gonna just move forward to. Oh, I see you there, fucking demon! And they're just going to line up their assault rifle on you, Maya. This is a DV-17. Would you like to try to evade?
What's my evasion? A base 10? No, I would not. I will let her keep that 17.
Let it ride. Okay, cool. So this will be a -2 on her shot besides. So let's see what she gets. She misses. Barely. But she
Okay,
misses.
that's good.
Yeah, so you just see, you hear the crack of this thing whiz past your ear and land in one of the walls next to you. The other one's, Stevenson, Jesus! And he's just gonna move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. And is gonna line up on you, Celsius. This is a DV-17. Would you like to evade or let it ride?
I think I'm gonna evade again here. Let me just roll it up.
Sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is. It is
Good
harder.
thing you did.
It is harder for them to hit. Oh.
Oh.
Well, it is harder for them to hit, but that doesn't mean they won't hit. So let's see. Okay, but I love it. You love to see it. So yeah, you take 1 damage through your slightly damaged armor jack.
Cool.
It's literally almost pointless. And Blades reaches into one of the pouches on her side. That is like a grubby looking first aid bag. And she is going to try and patch herself with some of the bandages there. So she's going to roll. And is
Just having to do it on yourself.
just not able to quite get the bleeding to stop.
Uh-oh.
Carpet.
We gotta kill him quick.
Let's see here. Okay, so I am gonna go 1, 2, and then I want to put a grenade, my last grenade in my mag, like right here.
Bet. Let me draw the circle. Circle is drawn.
I can't see over here. That's not catching anybody, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna do that with my
I
last
in it?
shuriken grenade.
Or no?
You are not in it. No, you. Well,
Beautiful.
hold up. You might be actually. It's. Oh yeah, because I. Hold up. You are in it by like
Hey,
1.
you shouldn't shoot it over.
Yeah, can I scooch it one more to the right then?
You can, yeah.
Okay, then what's my DV there?
Your DV there is a DV-15.
15? Okay. Last one. I'm gonna put both of my remaining luck into this.
Bet.
Nice.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Easy. This one is going to try to evade because that is his right. He fails the evasion
You
though,
fuck.
so you are good. All right. So this is another shuriken, I assume.
Yep, it's my last one.
Bet. Roll it. So we'll start with the commander again. All right. Cool. Commander's going to get slapped for 15. Next, the one right next to him here. Critical,
Huge.
baby. Let's go.
30
Let's go.
damage. Holy shit.
Yeah, so this guy gets shredded, and you just hear his legs snap as the concussive force and shrapnel just literally snap his femur, and you just, oh, fuck! And he just goes to the ground bleeding. Now let's go for the last one who's tripping out right now.
Oh, wait. There he goes. There it is. I found it.
All right. Little on the low end, but the crit was good. We did like the crit. All right. Very cool. Are you moving any further from there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. Because the kid's over here, right?
Yes.
Ish.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
right around the corner there. You can already hear her like ripping at like a dressing out of the first aid bag. Matchlighter.
Perfect. So the one who just fell and got their leg blown off, is that her?
This is him.
Okay, gotcha.
And he's on
And
death's door.
that-
Like he is fucked up right now. Like he is not doing good.
Okay, gotcha. What about this gentleman?
Not the worst, despite taking 2 grenades and some AR rounds to the chest, but yeah, he's not looking great either. Like he and her are looking about the same relative to
Okay,
each other.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, I'll just which one is the leader again? Is it
Him.
Chad right here?
It's the dude with
I
the
see.
big helmet.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Cool. So I'm just gonna I'll just finish this guy. That's like got the leg injury, and I'll just shoot him with my pistol. So from here, that's a DV. Pistol.
From Pistol's DV13.
Nice. Okay. So double click my character sheet. Fire an attack from my heavy pistol, or very heavy, I should say. And that will hit.
That will hit. I don't even need to see the damage. He takes another critical injury. You break his ribs as you try to coup de grace him. That save goes up by 1. Yep, this guy is pain. Just pain, pure and simple. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll have some loot boxes to open after this. Beautiful. So the commander here is just be like, "No, Anderson!" And he's just going to see that this guy's just getting pelted down. "You're a fucking monster!" And he runs up on you with his shotgun.
I'm trying to move my character right here. Let me see if I can do it. There we go. That's where I want to be.
Cool, so his moves 1, 2. Yeah, so he's still able to get line of sight on you there.
Right.
So he's gonna shoot DV13.
Okay, here's my evasion for it.
Hell yeah.
No.
No.
Oh.
Oh
really?
no.
Oh my.
A lot of damage.
That's
Blue, maybe you should also call trauma team.
just a little bit, and you suffer the foreign object critical injury as the slug balloons and just lodges itself firmly in the side of your ribs. Yeah, that one hurt. He meant that with his whole chest. Blue.
Alright, so hearing Blades fumbling around with her bandages behind me, he's gonna stoop down. "Come on, kid," and I'm gonna try and do it for her.
First aid.
Do. First aid, there it is. Couldn't find it for a sec.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you grab the gauze she's like fumbling with in her half delirious state, and you like firmly like press the adhesive down and run a bit of medical tape over, and you can see, even though it's becoming saturated with blood almost immediately, that it does appear to be holding, and it's definitely doing better than it was before. So you have stabilized her wounds for now.
You're gonna survive out here. You gotta learn to do that yourself. Now, didn't I tell you to hide? And I'm gonna turn back to the fight.
I thought this was pretty safe. And with that, Celsius, we come to you.
Sure. Let me figure something out really quick here.
You got it.
All right. What am I doing? Everybody's pretty much out of the way. I like Carpet's method of dealing with these people. Let me get my thrown weapon out. I've still got 4 shuriken grenades.
So you're gonna uncork one of those and drop it where exactly? I'm gonna draw you a sample 10 meter.
Yeah, I'm usually. Yeah, hold on. So that supposed to be what? If I move it to the right, I should get everybody out of it that I need to.
Yeah, that'd hit everyone there and none of your friends. So
Yeah.
DV there is gonna be a 15. Easy.
Huge.
I'm gonna roll the evasion for this one dude over here. He does not evade. Roll me damage 3 times. We're gonna start with the woman up here.
There's one.
Holy shit!
That's good.
Okay,
Let's
That's
go.
really good. Yeah, so she is on death's door now. She's rolling a crit injury. Collapsed lung for her. That is amazing. Next, we're going to go for the commander here. Go ahead and roll me the next bout of damage. It's tarot, baby!
There it is.
Go.
There it is.
All right, this week's tarot card is the parties. It's the Emperor. So let's find out what the fucking Emperor does, shall we, guys?
I'm the king, baby.
Let's.
We're shuriken are great at farming tarot. You get so many 66 rolls.
The GM selects a player to choose one critical injury from the head table and one from the body table. The victim suffers both of those. Well, I mean, it's only fair, Cody. This was your grenade. Would you like to tell me which critical injuries get applied to this guy?
I mean, I'm gonna let the dice decide.
All right.
Let me do that.
No, I'll let you do that. It's your choice, right? You were given agency. So let's see. Let's start with critical injury head. You concuss him, and the critical injury body. You break his arm. So yeah, that shotgun clatters to the ground as the bone snaps. His head jerks backward. And yeah, that shit did a number on him. And then of course there's the damage itself, which will knock him to death's door. This guy is bleeding out quite fast. So let me see. So wait, the concussion here, -2 to every action. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so this guy's in big pain, and we still have to roll one more bout of damage for the last guy.
Sure do.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, that guy is hurting even further. He will suffer another critical injury because he was already on death's door. His other leg gets snapped in the force from this one. So this guy is literally just like unable to get his legs underneath him. You're just, fuck! Oh God, Commander, I think I'm dying. And so now she needs to roll me two things. First, let's see if she's alive. She's alive. Is she able to do anything this turn? She is not. She is stunned. She says, "Oh, I think I see angels." And then in her eyes, she's just seeing something utterly horrifying. She is not good right now. It is very bad. So you said she's paralyzed for D6 rounds?
Yes, sir.
That's a 4 for her. So yeah, she's stunned for the next 4 rounds. So she will unstun at the moment trauma team gets here. Beautiful. Next it's this guy. Does he survive? Oh wait, I didn't bump his death save up another one before I rolled up.
I'm sorry, I gotta do this. I need a medic bag.
He just
That was for you, LCC.
boss. And he just kind of passes out there, dead in the alleyway, like every other gonk he's hunted. And Blades is sitting there. I'm gonna get out of here. And she starts crawling over here, and is gonna get behind the building over here. So she is just out of the way. Carpet, we come to you.
Okay, so for my action, I'm gonna reload this shitty other person's grenade launcher with a bunch of the slugs I made.
Beautiful. All right, so you load that up, and that'll be your action.
And then I'm gonna scooch over here just to keep the kid safe and be like, trauma team's gonna be here in at this point 6 seconds.
Yeah, and
So-
you could already hear the scream of some AV engines off in the distance, and the blinking of those red and blue lights being like flashed behind by the lightning. So between flashes of white lightning, you see the red and blue of what you know to be that trauma team ambulance AV coming your way. Match lighter.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna rip like the top, like pull my mask up a little bit, just look her in the eyes, and be like, "Get on that AV. I'm paying for your medical costs."
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Match lighter.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go here. See what this DV is.
She is like seeing demons or some shit. She's out of the action at the moment.
Yeah,
He's the
that's
only
fair.
one that can do anything.
Okay, good. I'm gonna shoot at him with my very heavy pistol.
Bet. Roll it.
Boom.
Boom. Damage.
Okay. Here comes my crit. No, but it's pretty decent.
That's pretty good. Yeah, no, that's not far off. So yeah. And then this guy suffers another critical injury. Death save goes up by 1. Oh, his arm just came off.
So now he's
he-
got 2 broken legs and a missing arm.
No, this guy wasn't the one with the broken legs. This is the one though that got hit by the tarot. So there's that.
I'm gonna use my move to go over here, and that's actually right here. That's it.
You got it. And so he just ah, fuck! Oh god! And he is going to roll a death save now. And fail it. He is dead, bleeding out of that stump that was his arm. Wow. Okay, Blue, we're on to you. 2 of these guys have flatlined, and the last one is in a nightmare land that you've made for her.
Jesus.
2, 3, 4,
Hashtag
5,
Elbozo.
6. Can I rotate to my one-shot shotgun and coup de grace? Just say sorry about that and take the shot at her head at least.
I mean, it's paralytic, so yeah, I mean, she can't really argue. You can't really miss. Just roll me the damage.
All right, let me get the target going. And Georgia Arms matchmaker. Let her go and meet those angels.
Holy shit. And she just says, "No, Satan, please, no!" And you just come up to her and then flash. And yeah, she is, I think, gonna be paced against the pavement here. That is kind of insane. Critical injury, head, brain injury. Oh yeah, no, she is.
Scrambled.
She is she's gonna die. So yeah, the literal next thing that happens here is you just see this blood. And goodbye. She is dead. You guys have flatlined everyone here. So that said, this becomes the end of our combat. You hear the scream of AV jets overhead, and you hear coming out the loudspeaker on it, "This is NC42 Trauma Team, clear LZ. And they set down right here with their AV, if I can draw and actually get the AV tile here.
I mean, you weren't kidding. Trauma Team pays off the session you buy it.
Yeah, right? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, so this lands, I just need to find... Yeah, that'll work.
Why is there a spooky skull on Matchlight?
Because I'm frightened because I failed my face down.
Yeah,
Oh.
that'll be gone now. That's Yep. So
I'm not scared of you anymore.
you're a
I say to the
piece
dead
of-
corpse.
Yeah, you're just paste now. I'm alive. That's
As the AV is landing and she's getting drug out and stuff, can I get my rocker back from her just so that's in canon before they grab her with it?
yeah. No, you'll have a couple seconds to like run up to her and get that from her. So wait, hold on. Was that the? Yeah, that's a pilot. He just in here. The others. And they rush out here. So these are the trauma team guys in front of you here. They say, "Where's the patient?"
Over
Back
here.
alley, around the corner over there.
And yeah, they move past and they say, clear the patient. And yeah, and then they literally take her in, and they start, listing off all the different drugs they're going to start administering.
No room for passengers.
Never, not with trauma team. So yeah, they load her into the back of the AV, and the thing screams off in the direction of the north side of the city. I didn't mean to draw another one. I just wanted to delete this and then delete the people. Womp. All right, cool. Well, good job, guys. So yeah, they're wiped. She's heading towards a hospital. And with that said, what would we like to do now?
Check out these continental pockets.
Looty looty.
Yeah, we can do that, but then at least I'm heading to the hospital because I'm paying for her medical costs.
So trauma team will send you her bill. Like, that's usually how this sort of thing works, is you called it in, it's your insurance, they'll send you the bill for anyone that you send to NC Medical that way.
That's fair. I still want to go to the hospital. I don't feel like the kid who probably was shot by corporate cops should be left alone in the hospital.
No, I mean, that's fair. You would have to get your own transport there, just because
I can do that.
Yeah. So
Do you mind if I tag along?
Not at all.
Cool.
Beautiful. So that'll be a cab ride for you two to get there.
Yeah, we can do that after we loot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. So loot-wise, these guys, two of these guys are the same, and one of them's a little different. So two of them have poor quality assault rifle, poor quality pistol, and they've got just basic ammo for each of those, and a radio communicator. They don't have anything too fancy. They also each have... Let me do a quick roll here. So one of them has 80 eddies, the other one has 50 eddies.
I'm good off the eddies, but I'll snake the radio communicators if nobody else wants them.
That's fine. I mean, if you're not taking the money, I'll take the money. Easy.
Yeah, the last one here then had some shotgun slugs, just basic shotgun slugs, a shotgun, and a heavy melee weapon, along with an agent radio communicator, and it looks like he had some other kind of like emergency preparedness kit, like a tent and stuff.
Oh, I actually could use those shotgun slugs. I didn't realize I was relatively low to what I usually carry.
Are you okay if he takes the slugs, Cody?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm using my incendiary stuff, so it's good.
Beautiful. So these will be 21 slugs for you there, so it'll take you to 69. Nice. Beautiful. So yeah, that'll be the slugs, and then you wanted all three of the radio communicators?
Yes, sir. I'm a tech. Even if I don't use them, I can probably do something creative.
Beautiful. All right, so I will add 3 radio communicators to you here. So that should be 4 of them that you have now. Yeah, and then ammo and stuff we're good on.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Cool. Let me check how many loot boxes we've got now, guys. Because yeah, it'll be loot box time now that we've gone over the stuff that's in the game already.
I'm trying to figure out why my foundry went completely black for a second. I'm trying to load back in.
Yeah, it's all good.
In the spirit of gambling, because we have so many boxes coming in, I would like to posit to the team now that we roll on a d10 and highest number gets each box. Only rule is you can't win 2 boxes in a row, just so that way it stays fair.
I don't mind. It's fine with me.
Well, we can also just divvy it out to which character it makes most sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Whatever we get.
Sure.
entirely
Yeah, I think
fair.
that works best.
Yeah, this is probably fastest.
Cool. So it's 2 d10 tables. All right. So the first loot box is... It's going to be a box freezing cold to the touch. Inside is going to be a Skid Row trench.
Oh, that's the fucking like SP-15 trench coat or something, isn't it?
I believe it's 13, but yeah, it's a trench coat, like a heavy armor trench coat.
That's cool.
Next,
I feel like that should go to our
Can you-
solo.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
next
I
up,
second that vote.
we've got a box bound tightly in rope.
Congrats, it's a demon.
It's a vial of poison.
Ooh,
Well, I
that's
know who
that's
that's
blue.
going to.
That's
Yeah.
blue.
So I'm going to just note this here. Next one is a box reeking of oil. In this
3/4.
one, you get a fully loaded, poor quality sniper rifle.
Enjoy it, Celsius.
I don't need that. Somebody else take that.
Don't you already have one?
I have
Yeah.
quality.
Can't auto fire with a sniper rifle.
if nobody else wants it, I am in the back most of the time just because smoke grenades and doing druggy things. So,
That is fair.
and I have
Enjoy it.
shoulder arm spect.
And
Yeah,
then
my
the,
shoulder arms is trash.
the last one is going to be a box sealed with a lipstick kiss.
That's cute.
Good one to end off on.
And inside is a shuriken tornado grenade.
I feel like that's Maya.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a shuriken tornado grenade again. One for the road, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. All right. So Skid Row Trench is going to who?
Celsius.
Celsius, yeah.
But how does that work? Does that replace my current body armor? Or
No, it's like any other item. It's just going to be in your inventory to start with.
Okay.
But it is SP-13 instead of
Yeah.
the 11. I'm assuming you have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's your Skid Row Trench. It's got the weight of flak, the protection of a heavy armor jack, so it will have a -4 penalty to like all of the reflex move, dexterity, all that kind of stuff. If you
Oh.
wear it.
What you tell
Oh.
flip that bitch out in the hallway and say I'm not moving.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, that one is like what you wear when you just are like, I am going to fucking kill every one of you. Next,
It's -4.
it is because it's the weight of flak.
Because it's flak. It's flak. It just doesn't have the protection
Oh.
Yep. But your tech could upgrade it to have that, which literally just makes it heavy armor jack.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
of it. But it looks cool.
But it looks
which is
like
the
a
important
trench
part.
coat,
Which
which
you
is
have-
actually
You
really
could get
cool,
away.
'cause
You could get away with wearing it in like a club
you
or
can
something.
get away, yeah, seriously, and that's heavy armor jack in a club where most people are just gonna have pistols and shit if it were to go down, you know?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
Really
roll
good.
up to the club wearing fucking like Kevlar and like plates. Yeah, they're gonna laugh you out.
And
funny.
there were 5 rolls. Hold on, did I mistake that? Hold up.
I know I added 2. There were another 2 that inspired
Hold
me
up.
for 2, and I
there
think
were
we had 1
5.
earlier.
There were 5. Yeah. Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me roll one more. All right, this is another box reeking of oil. This time it's a sniping scope.
Well, that should go for
That-
the sniper.
Yeah, that goes on to the sniper.
Beautiful. And yeah, I just chatted that through Celsius instead of me. So, vial of poison. That one we agree is gonna go to blue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see how deadly it works in a grenade, or if I can,
Yeah,
or if
I
I
mean-
can reproduce it.
Poison grenades exist, so yeah, that's totally a thing. So that's that. Next, we've got the fully loaded poor quality sniper. Who wants it?
I think it was going to blue.
Yeah, I think that was going to me because I'm usually hanging out in the background, anyways.
All right, cool. And I just gave you your shuriken grenade there, Maya. So
Sweet.
there's your poor quality sniper rifle. And then
A lot of really like utility items in these drops. That was kind of cool. We've gotten a lot of like fun little cosmetic things from these. This is a really useful pack.
yeah, let me see. Why didn't it? There it goes. Okay, and then a sniping scope, which we're okay with that going with the sniper rifle, the blue.
Either that or doesn't Celsius have a sniper too?
I don't know how that affects my excellent quality though. Like,
So a sniping scope allows you to see detail up to 800 meters or yards away, +1 to single shot / aim shots for targets that are greater than 50 meters or yards away from you. It's just an
So
upgrade. It's an
plus one
attachment.
to the range where you're going to be using the sniper anyway.
and
Yeah.
how do I attach that somehow to the weapon, like on my sheet?
Yeah, so if I add it to your sheet, you'll see a little icon next to it, and then you can pick which item you want to add it to.
Yeah, sure. If nobody minds, I'll take that. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd rather it adds an extra
+1 to the already decked out sniper rifle for when that
Yeah,
shot
so
needs
it's going to be
taken.
at the very bottom of your gear list there, Cody. There's going to be a little like arrow icon on that, and then you can use that to plug it into a weapon.
I see it. Ooh, but do I put it on my assault rifle or my sniper rifle? The question. Sniper rifle. I can put it on a thrown weapon. How does that work?
I don't know
I'm
that.
putting a scope on my grenade.
I think that that's not how that's intended to work. It's just that that's probably an oversight in the programming of the module, if I had to
I think
guess.
It adds an extra pound of weight to it. So if it hits somebody, it deals physical damage then explosion damage.
What, you never aimed with your left hand? You just hold the scope up with your left hand and
Yeah,
prepare to throw with your right.
No, you glue that grenade.
That's how it works in I think Rage. I think the game Rage that came out in 2012 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
The first scope you would get, you would hold half of a binocular up to your eye and then just shoot with your pistol, and it worked.
Yeah. No, God, that game was fun. The second one was
Yeah.
such a disappointment by comparison, but that first one was so much fun. I loved Rage. All right. So, that is all of the loot boxes distributed. Everyone's got their items from that they were given. Cool. So, now that we're done with that, I think it's time to roll another lightning bolt. Ooh, boy. Yeah, you see another flash of lightning. This time it literally strikes one of the street lights out on the street next to you. So that flash and the bang are pretty much simultaneous as you feel that electricity almost tingle through your bones as the strike is so close by you.
Damn.
So, now that we got that out of the way, are you guys gonna... So, you guys are splitting the party. Blue and Maya, you guys are... Blue and Carpet, excuse me. You guys are going to get a cab to NC Medical, while the rest of you do what?
I figure I should report back to, what's his name? Apex?
Apex. Yeah, Apex was the guy who led Generation Red.
I can go with Celsius.
Okay. Cool. So,
Carpet, are you taking her bag back to her at the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely am.
I was gonna say, do you want me to take it back to their hideout instead, or would you rather give it to her?
'cause what's in
well,
there
actually-
is mostly supplies and stuff.
Well, I was just saying, if it's supplies, then yeah, bring it back to the hideout, so that way they can get the supplies they need.
Yeah, I think that would be the best option.
Beautiful. All right. So, I'm going to move us back to the home screen. So, let's start with those edge runners. So, I'm going to move the groups around here to make it make sense where each of you is going. So, beautiful. So, we've got these. All right. So, let's start on Celsius and Matchlight. So, you guys head back out the alleyway the way you've come in, and climb up the other side of this fire escape, essentially, to cross the rooftops. And the rain is pouring down all around you. The sky is being forked with lightning every couple seconds. It is truly something like both beautiful and terrifying at the same time. As you get close to the other side of the rooftops, off in the distance, and Celsius, you might notice this more acutely because of your infrared vision, you see a hot spot, and both of you can see smoke rising from the direction of the old combat zone, and namely in the direction of the hideout of Generation Red.
Okay.
Well, time to fucking book it then.
Yeah, so I'll reload my gun while we're running over there.
You got it. Both of you roll me athletics.
Funny you asked me athletics or stealth last time. They're both base 13, so it's just like
Yeah, this one's athletics, so you're trying to really move.
I'm bad at this.
That's not too bad. So yeah, Celsius, you definitely get out and away a little bit here. As you get near the headquarters, you kind of mentally breathe a sigh of relief here. As you notice, it's not their building that's on fire. The thing you do notice is that there are several buildings much closer to the Ionic Semiconductor building, and more notably, the Blessed Church of the Redeemer, aka Paradox's little base of operations.
So, noticing it's not our new friends, noticing it's the church, I'll shoot a quick message to Paradox and be like, "Hey, everything good? I can see your fucking church is on fire."
And Paradox does not respond.
Wonderful. All right. Well, first things first. We have a package to deliver and some news to deliver as well, so I'll do that.
Beautiful. So yeah, you duck into the hideout, and the same kid who is sniping from above, he says, "Hey, Tetra, those chooms of yours are back!" And she comes racing around, and she looks down, like you can see this like excitement. Her eyes are wide open, bright, and she looks, and then she looks a little like concerned as she sees the two of you standing there with the bag that she knows belongs to Blades, but neither your friends nor Blades are there. And she says, what would you find?
Don't worry, I can see the look on your face already. She's fine. She's at the hospital with my other two chooms.
Oh, and you can see she's like extremely thankful that that's the case. You can see the relief kind of wash over her face immediately. Okay. There's some kind of fire going on south of here. Do you guys know what that is?
I look like the Church of the Redeemer, which isn't exactly good news for us, considering there's a man there that pays us a lot of money.
Oh, okay. Give me just a moment. Here, and she throws like a hook attached to a rope over the edge. Put the bag on there. I'll get the Eddies here. Actually, High Stick, go get him. And the boy next to her just runs back, like doesn't even think about it. And when he comes back, Apex is with him and has a small tattered briefcase. Says, "Your cash is in here. Thanks again, Chooms. Do you guys know when Blades will be back?"
I have a
It
feeling.
depends.
Yeah, go ahead.
It depends on the severity of his injuries, but he's being kept in a hospital, and we can send you the cords once he gets there.
Blades is
Okay.
a girl, isn't she?
Blades is a girl. Yeah.
Oh yeah, or
Let's see. Still one more 5 rolls. I already made my 5th roll. The 5th roll was the sniping scope. It just didn't highlight blue like the rest of them. So yeah, I rolled all of those, so we are good there. There's roll 2 I'm fine for this, I know, because I made them. Oh, I'll keep that in mind next time. And I may have just reread that for the first time. But what was this? Merc Berserker. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, they lower this briefcase down to you guys. Indeed, like you can even see kind of like smooshed kind of coming out the side or one or two of the bills. So like, you know, the money's in there. And they say, well, we'll be waiting to hear from you guys. Let us know when your chooms. Tell us what Blades is doing.
Will
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure the briefcase. I'm gonna make sure they left out the 2 portions that we denied because I don't want them paying us if they already have enough fucking trouble as it is.
And I'm gonna text them and say the same thing. I don't want the money.
And the briefcase is just stuffed with all the 1,000 eddies you saw on the table. Like they just put it all in the case.
So I'm legit gonna look at them. I'm gonna leave that on the hook and go, you better pull it up right now or we're gonna have some issues.
And they just look at each other. I mean, you guys are edge runners, right? Like edge runners need money, right?
And I'll say, we got to go figure out what's going on at that church. That man pays us way more money than you kids could ever afford. You keep it, take care of yourselves.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks. And then yeah, they reel it back up to the balcony. But yeah, you guys then set off, and you can already see that blaze is beginning to spread. Now, I'd like to shift over to Blue and Carpet. So you guys, after a little while in the cab, find your way around the edge of the hot zone to the NC Medical Center up in the Upper Marina. Just on the edge of the Upper Marina in Old Japantown. And as you arrive there, the cab lets you out near the main entrance. Walking in, it is every bit of sterile white, and it might be seem especially so to both of you because of just how not sterile your living environment is. Like, this is immaculate in the extreme. So as you walk in, there's a small terminal near the front of the building here that just says patient lookup. And they, have a spot where you can enter in information.
Yeah, I guess I'll just put in Blades. I don't know what her name is.
Yeah, and when you look up Blades, nothing comes up. But it also says if you've used your trauma team insurance, please input the policyholder's insurance number.
Oh,
And it
yeah,
has a
my
separate
bad.
lookup
And
for
then
that.
42069.
Yeah.
My policy number.
Wow, what a fucking convenient policy number.
Yeah, it's just so easy to remember.
Beautiful. So, you put that in, and it is noted as being up in floor 5, room 517.
Room 517. Okay, yeah. Then
Yep.
I was like, all right, let's go.
Beautiful. So yeah, you get in the elevator, head up. The floor, as you might expect, is full of doctors, nurses, kind of going back and forth about their duties. In stepping into the room, which the door is lightly ajar, you see inside as you walk in, a doctor has like a surgical hand already running stitches down the gash that was in on her side. She's passed out, probably under the effect of a sedative or something. And they look her over and they just say, well, I think she'll do okay. And then they notice that you two have entered the room and they say, this is a private hospital room. I don't know what you think. Are you here for her?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just assumed when no one came in soon after her that no one was coming.
My bad. I'll have the corporal cop stop shooting at us faster next time to make it more convenient for you.
And he kind of notices your demeanor and then looks at your clothing and says, oh, I see. So her bills are not what we call insignificant. There was some severe internal hemorrhaging. I believe the costs will come out to approximately 500 eddies.
Done.
Oh, okay. And yeah, and he says the nurse at the station will take your payment. Realistically, we would like her to stay overnight, but if you are prepared to take her,
We can afford it.
Okay. Well then it'll just be another 100 after that for her stay.
Done.
Yeah, and so he just like directs you back out to a nurse's station that you actually passed on the way in. And yeah, they've got like a small little payment kiosk there where they will accept your eddies.
Do I push my luck and try and tech hack it to make it so I pay less? Nah, I'll just fucking pay it.
Yep, so 600 eddies out of your pocket to cover it.
Easy.
Beautiful. All right. So, it's about this time that let me think about this. We're just going to go back to the other group. So, Celsius, Matchlight. You guys are... You said you were going to go toward the Church of the Blessed Redeemer?
I am going to go check it out. Whether he follows the story, yeah.
Beautiful. So you both approach, and you can hear a man shouting directions. And says, "That cyber psycho's here somewhere, man. Keep an eye out for her. I know they brought her back here." And you can see as you get closer, several of the nearby, they were half ruined already, but the fire from what appears to have been either some kind of incendiary round or explosive has caught the buildings at the ground level and is quickly creeping up the side of it. Both of you roll me stealth just to see how well you're kind of keeping out of the way here. Pretty good roll. Matchlight, what's your stealth?
My shit just crashed on me. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, no, I pumped some luck into that. Also, in the meantime of us running there, I would love to text the other two and be like, "Yo, we have a problem, and I mean a big money problem right now. Our boss's church is on fire."
Beautiful. So yeah, it's just about the time you finish paying Carpet and Blue that you guys would get that message.
Holy hell. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, so as soon as we get that, I will
Go ahead.
probably... Let's see, what'll I do? Do I have anything I could drop the kid? Not really. I don't have any like kibble or anything on me. Well, I'm sure they'll feed her. Yeah, so I'll just leave a note with like my number for the kid to be like, text me if there's any trouble. Your bill's paid for already. And then we're gonna got a blast.
Yep, beautiful.
Can I drop a disposable phone with her with my number and Carpet's punched in? And just toss it into her.
Actually, that's a good idea.
Absolutely, yeah. So you drop that into on her bedside table. She's still asleep when you walk in there, but yeah, you dropped that off, dropped it with her, dropped with your contact information and everything, so you're ready to go. All right. So you guys know the drive from the Upper Marina to anything close to where you are is not that close, and it's also not something that like most drivers won't make it past Old Japantown. So it's going to be a bit of a ways for you to get back there. So I'm going to roll the following. Okay.
What if I offered extra money and told them to go faster? How much would I be able to attempt to shave off of that time?
I mean, once you're over the border into Old Japantown, combat cab can come pick you up, and it'll cost you a little extra money, but they don't care. They will tear through the combat zone, and they will do so fast if you ask them to. So,
Fuck it, it's go time.
the regular cab is covered in your lifestyle, but yeah, the combat cab is 50 eddies, and that will be something you pay extra for. So just so
we can
you're-
split.
Easy
We
done.
can split the combat cab.
Cool. 25 going out the window then.
Bet. All right. So for you guys over in the combat zone, you and Merc, we are playing on Foundry VTT. So that is what we are running on, just to answer your question real quick. So you guys over in the combat zone are going to be relatively close to things here. And of course, Matchlight, you are not the stealthiest individual here. So I'm going to really quick roll some dice here. Give me just a brief moment. And we are going to roll this one 3 times. And this one once. Beautiful. All right. So, one of the people you hear walking toward you and just says, I think I smell something over here. Yeah, it's smelling a little bit like we got some rats crawling around in the alley. So the two of you, we are going to pull you over to another scene here. I'm going to pull you on. So give me just...
All right, Maya, I have to go and kill NCPD without you.
That's all right. Just do a good job of it.
Beautiful. And Celsius, would you be leading from the front?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Cool. I'm going to activate this scene. I'm going to keep Blue and Carpet. I know where you guys are going to enter the scene, but you guys are going to start off the edge here. So you may or may not be able to see stuff. So you guys should be coming over shortly. This is an animated map, so it might take a brief moment.
So in the meantime, I'm going to follow up on the message with Paradox and just keep sort of updating him on what's going on, just in case he's, if you're running away from somebody, I doubt you're looking at your agent or your phone. You're probably just running.
I'm going to roll something for him real quick. Ooh, hell yeah. So, Paradox, hearing you guys creeping around, you just hear like a can, like a rock hit a can over here, to have you guys look behind, where you can see Paradox is kind of like crept around beside you here.
All right, so I mean, I'll bounce back really quick and be like, okay, so what the fuck's going on?
So those NCPD fucks think they got some kind of clue, some kind of intel that Electo was here. Heard them talking about some bitch with a big arm. I only know one of those, so...
Well, is she still here?
She's been hanging around the zone, getting her head back together. Pan was working on her.
Well, something tells me if they find her, they're not going to want to find her.
Normally I'd agree with you, but Hellhound has downed his fair share of cyber psychos. Every one of those people there are dangerous in the extreme.
I mean, you think we could take them? The other two were on their way.
I mean, can try. And you just hear more like clanking. Boss, I found one of them rats. He's wearing some shiny shit on his head. All right. Team Combat Zone, go ahead and roll me initiative.
Sure.
Whoop.
So I do IRL have things to do tomorrow. I have to wake up for, so I may not be able to do another whole combat here. But I'm down for someone to control my character through the combat if that's a possibility.
Because how long can you give me here?
Like 15 or so.
Okay. If we aren't out of this by then, because I know you guys have a propensity to clean these up quick sometimes, then we can absolutely, I can take over running your character if, if we need to do that.
Cool.
Because, yeah, at this point, you guys are... Okay, fine. You guys are currently going to be 6 rounds out from them, Blue and Maya. So just so you're aware, Celsius, you got the first in the initiative here. And you heard the voices coming from over here.
All right, first things first. Let me see. The grid is very small here. I'm going to back myself up into this alley, whip out a sniper rifle, and just be ready to go.
Okay, you got it. Hellhound's turn. So Hellhound, under direction of his friends here. We go 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's gonna run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Matchlight.
Where's the nearest exit?
Be either over there or down here, but yeah, those are gonna be. This is an alley near the church, so.
Cool. So, they're going to hunt after Electo.
That seems to be the sounds of it.
Right. So I'm gonna turn to Paradox and I'm just gonna say, our friends are on the way, but for right now we're outnumbered. So if we want to survive, we should probably hide. And then I'll kind of grab onto him and just be like, "Can you walk?"
Oh, to Paradox's, I'm fit as a fiddle, kid. Let's get these fucking cops.
Well, I'm not gonna be doing that.
Yeah. Was he listening?
So I just to reiterate, we have backup coming. We might want to wait for them before we go gung-ho on these guys, since we're outnumbered, and I've already taken a couple rounds.
Says,
Matchlight's still pretty fucked up, isn't he?
and he says, fine, you go ahead. I've got a plan. And you could see him already reaching under his jacket and grabbing at a grenade.
Alright. And then I'll use my move to kind of exit the scene for a second.
All right, so the purge officers are going to move. Let's see, that's 1, 2. And then there's 3, 4, 5. He says, "Why are you protecting the bitch with the arm?" The Paradox just yells back, "None of your fucking business, cook pig," and he just throws the grenade. This is going to be a DV-15 for him to get this. So I'm going to add thrown weapon to his sheet. Give me a warning. I don't care. Reload with that. Go ahead and throw. Wee. Hell yeah. Let's go, Paradox. All right, cool. So So there's going to be a 10-meter blast. And then that is not a reflex 8. All right, cool. So these guys are all going to get smacked by this. Damage is... If only we hadn't pulled the tarot already. Holy shit.
Jeez.
I'm glad we pulled it already.
Yeah, you know, so am I. So yeah, these guys, whoopsie daisy. I did not mean to reverse that damage. Hold up. Affect him. Affect him. Affect him. And then all three of these guys are going to take critical injuries. That one gets his muscle torn. That one gets his muscle torn. This one gets his arm broken. All right. So yeah, this one just drops a riot shield he was carrying to the ground. Or no, the riot shield already broke. So yeah, he's just fucked. Awesome. Cool. We go now to the purge officers who just say, shit, boss. Fuck. This hurts. And this one is going to start moseying on out of here. He, it turns out, does not want that smoke. The next one is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's wandering down the alleyway here. Celsius, we come to you.
So I actually like his idea a little more. Hop up to where he's at right here and go, I really like that. Mind if I give it a shot? And
Go
I'm gonna
ahead. It's a pig roast, and he's already grabbing for another one.
Oh, you take care of the barbecue. I'll worry about the utensils, and I'll chuck that grenade here if I can get to my character sheet.
And you're throwing. Here's a sample 10 meter. Yeah, there's a sample 10 meter. Wherever you want it to go.
I mean, I'll toss it in the general direction after I saw him throw his, so I assume that by the screen I hit something.
Like that. Yeah, and that'd be a DV15 if you wanted to hit that.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, you hit it right on. Roll me damage twice. First one's going to the purge officer. Jesus, that's a crit. Holy fuck. Let's go. Oh my god. And then this is a broken arm for that guy. All right, now for Hellhound. Roll it again. Holy shit.
Don't need a crit when you roll 24 damage.
No, not really. So with that, Hellhound just says, ugh, fuck, HQ, we have heavy resistance, pulling out. And yeah, these guys they do not want that smoke at all. So Hellhound is gonna go, let's see, move 5. So he's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Matchlighter.
I'm still just sitting it out for now.
You are, okay. Purge officer here is severely wounded. He is liking what his chief is saying. 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Hellhound is indeed getting trashed. Paradox, he says, no, where are you going, little pigs? Come back! And he's just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Because he's got 6 movement. 5, 6. We were just about to have some fun! And he grabs another grenade out. And yeah, let's see if he can hit this again. Reload. Throw. Whee! He does.
God.
Oh, dear God. Okay, that one's a little less painful for them, but it's going to hit all 4 of these guys. Oh, my God. So, let's see. one of them just got hit for the first time. The others are all severely wounded or dying. Next, this one is not on death's door yet. So he, honestly, he's just running because his arm's broken. He doesn't want this. Next one is seeing the rest of his squad leaving. He's not going to stick around. 1, 2, 3. So he's actually going to hold until, no, he can't hold. So he's just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to leave the battlefield as well. Celsius.
Let me remind myself because I think it's 5. It's 6. Okay, cool.
Yep.
In that case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
Oh, I've got Linus.
There's
Wonderful.
Hellhound, baby. Yep.
Yeah, let's another one.
Another. So another 10.
Oop.
Yep. Yep. That's it.
Rolling the bare minimum with no reflex always works.
It always works. It's guaranteed. Jesus Christ.
I'm do Maya proud here, okay?
Yeah, roll one more time for me, because that was a shuriken, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, baby, roll me another then, because yeah, this other guy got caught in the blast as well. Holy shit. Okay. The craziest part is that the one healthy one already ran. So now Hellhound here is going to roll us a death save. Success. Okay, so he's alive. He's getting the fuck out of here. The Purge officer. Unless, no, it's Matchlighter. Matchlighter, you just stick in, just waiting to see what happens with these guys still?
Right.
Bet. Okay. So this guy's going to roll his death save. It's very good for
Unfortunately,
him.
very good for him.
Yeah. he's
Also,
just-
you know how like on Foundry, it'll show you like the other players' cursors.
yes.
You can like see him. My cat is watching your cursor dart all over the map right now. He's sitting on my desk. And, yep. He's loving this. He likes to sit on my desk and watch movies with me.
Is that the cat named Charlie?
No, this one's Cyrus.
The Cyrus. Okay. I know that there is
Yeah.
a cat named Charlie in that household, and that tickles me. All right.
Yeah, Charlie likes to be on the desk, but he doesn't watch the movies.
Fair enough. All right. Well, that is actually the end of the combat. The NCPD goons got out of there, but yeah, that was like an unceremonious, just like fucking routing of the police. And shortly after, you guys pull up. So you guys pull up to this just as you see an NCPD AV scream out overhead, probably carrying and medically treating the couple that were on death's door as they got the fuck out of there. So that is the end of combat.
Tubular.
So yeah, Connor, if you need to go, we can wrap stuff up and I can distribute any monies or things you get, an IPD or sheet.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you for being willing to do that.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
But yeah, we will see you next week, hopefully.
Alrighty. See you guys
Have a good
then.
night.
Yeah, have a good night, buddy.
All right, I'm gonna readjust the player frames here, just because this always changes it. All right, so with that out of the way, Paradox looks at you. I have never in my whole life been more grateful for people to show up when they fucking did. It's good to see you all again.
We had a gig take us back pretty close to the church, so when we saw the fire, I assumed the worst.
Well, I'm glad to see it's not the church, but and then he looks up at the burning buildings. Says he reaches into his pocket and grabs his agent, and he calls up Yeah. Yep. Send them in. CO2 grenades. Whole thing. Make sure this is out cold. And you actually see a couple of people dressed in like ragtag kind of fire equipment start kind of running in the direction. And as he kind of commanded, they each pop the lid off of what looks like a smoke grenade and throws it up into the fire. And as each of them puff, the fire just kind of automatically extinguishes as they rig up some hoses to nearby outlets and start spraying water over the last of the embers. So, says, well, I know that you didn't take the gig from me, but I'd like to pay each of you 500 eddies anyway, because my ass would probably not be nearly this alive if you guys hadn't shown up when you did.
I mean, honestly, it looked like you could have handled yourself quite well.
I'll take money for doing nothing any day.
Says, what was the other gig you guys were up to, if I might ask?
Don't worry about it.
All right. Just asking. And yeah, and he pulls out 500 eddies and hands it over to each of you.
Sweet.
Sick.
Thanks.
Yep. So I'll add it to
I gotta add that. Yeah, I gotta add that to my sheet now. Gotta work around my cat here.
Reason. Beautiful. All right. So, each of you gets the money. Do any of you have questions for Paradox before we kind of go to the next scene here?
Not particularly. I can't think of any.
I'll pretty much just I'll just ask him. So if Electo was here, is she still here?
So Electo never was here properly, but she is staying in the Kabuki Hotel and Casino.
Okay.
And Carpet, you would know which room she's in because you've probably seen her once or twice since she's kind of moved in over here.
Yeah.
Cool. So all we need to know now is which one of those pricks got tipped off and by who.
Yeah, and
Which is easier said than done to figure out, I suppose.
yeah. So are you guys gonna ask Paradox about this before we kind of move on to any further scenes? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. So, Paradox, let me see here. So Paradox, as you kind of ask him about it, he says, so them guys, they had big mouths. Them boys didn't know how to keep their mouths shut. They didn't know I was listening, that would be fair. But it sounded like they saw her on some kind of camera. Now, I don't know what kind of fancy fucking camera they've snuck into my combat zone while I wasn't watching. But they mentioned something about having her on vid footage. That and a bunch of escapees. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about that, right?
A bunch of escapees?
Yeah, they mentioned some prison just across the line into the Glen.
No? I usually make a habit of staying out of prisons.
I'd say that's pretty wise. Yeah, I mentioned they had some kind of cyber psycho martial artist kung fu dude.
Do they realize how little that narrows it down in Night City?
And that's kind of what I was thinking, but, you know, it sounded like this dude big, muscly, linear frame installed, ion cuffed until, well, he wasn't.
They said they saw them near here?
They said they saw them crossing some kind of camera, and they saw Electo on some other kind of camera feed. I don't know where they're getting their intel or what text they've snuck into my district, but I don't very much like it when rats are slinking around and I don't know them.
Well, I can tell you, if there's anybody that can figure that out, it's the two texts that we lug around. So
That was, you couldn't see it, but I did a peace sign when I made that noise.
Yeah. And so
it wasn't fun.
he says, well, that's true. I'm going to leave it to you to hunt out our little rat problem. And if you can smell the bacon on them, well, then I really want to meet this person. Make sure you go just gentle enough. You know, you don't need to leave them unscathed, but if their kneecaps aren't exactly there, they can still work them lips just fine.
Got it.
So with that, you guys, so Electo and Blue, if you want,
Carpet and blue.
or yeah, I'm so sorry, Carpet and Blue. It's the problem here is I know you as both
Yorinobu.
characters.
Yeah.
Yorinobu, yeah, exactly. So the one thing that happens here, so I'll move us back to the home screen because you guys all start clearing the area. And as you do, Carpet, you get a message back from Crash. And she has an interesting dossier attached. When she does, she says, well, this is interesting. I found a couple things on Paradox. Some of them very recent, some of them very old. So I've given you two separate files here, one containing the earlier files, one the later. And, well, you let me know what you think when you've read them. And if you need me to do any follow-up work, we'll talk about my fee.
Got it. I'll say will do, and like I said, Ed's favor your tongue, whatever you need.
And she sends back a winky face. She's like, "We'll see." So with that, you have access to these files, and which would you like to, I guess, go over first?
Let's go over the. Well, first, actually, I want to send a text to Electo because I did give her my number.
Yes. Okay.
And the only thing I'm going to say is, hey, he's picking up. If you need to leave the hotel, have me do it for you. Or the kabuki.
Yeah. And so if you need to leave here, have me do it for you.
Yeah, if there's like something she needs to, like, oh, I got to go get something at the corner store. Have me go do it so she stays inside.
I see. Okay. And she says, gotcha. Fuck, I didn't think those pigs would get this close this fast. It's only been,
They've got good
3
noses.
weeks? I hate their fucking noses. They need to stay the fuck away from me. But yeah. So with that, you've notified her. So with that said, which of these files do you want to go through first?
Let's go over the old one first.
Beautiful. So the dossier she was able to find on his history more or less lines up with what Shinobu was telling Matchlight, but there's one additional little kind of bit of context here. Crash was able to find some of the project records. The Biotechnica file is labeled Project Resilient Gold. And detailed inside this thing is a lot of chemistry, which you may or may not be able to make sense of. And if you'd like to roll checks on it, you can.
I don't. Well, I guess I know a little bit about like explosive chemistry, but probably not much. My science is in physics.
I don't know if in stats, but in canon, I'd like to believe Blue would have a chance, so I feel like I should roll it.
You have science. I mean, it just depends on if, Because Carpet, do you share this with any of the rest of the crew as you get it?
I will
It's the
decide
tech-
once it's done.
Cool.
Once I know what it's all in.
So I'll have you roll the check once she's shared it, Blue, because that'll definitely be something you could roll. Because you
I
have
figured
science.
when we got the documents, we were both going through them.
Oh no! Yeah, this is just because Carpet hired her to do the.
Oh, okay. She's still looking at it first in her agent.
Exactly,
Mhm.
and then she'll distribute it out after
Okay.
she's done her review. So the chemistry of it doesn't make a ton of sense to you, and if you wanted to try to decipher it, you absolutely could try, but you also kind of judge it to be more or less irrelevant because what's contained further down are some of the trial results for different test fields, all kinds of different numbers, and somehow, whatever fucking system Crash found her way down into, these are unredacted entirely. And you
Damn.
just imagine, like in your mind's eye, you half imagine the redaction lines going over some of these locations and things before you realize with your full senses, like they are not there. Like these are definitely highly classified, very, very dangerous files for Biotechnica to have flying around in the ether, if you will. So Project Resilient Gold was, as Shinobu kind of was telling Matchlight, a project to build an extremely resilient strand of wheat, or strain of wheat, so that it would be pest and disease resilient. The problem is that part of its resilience has led, or it did lead, to several different facilities labeled as being throughout Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas being cancer-ridden inside of like 3 months after
3
the
months?
residents
Jesus
there
Christ.
started consuming the wheat. Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't grow cancer that fast if they scooped the tumor out of somebody else and put it inside you.
Yeah, it was very fast. And they note beyond just like the tumors are one thing. The other thing that they noticed were subjects or persons subjected to test samples of the wheat in their diet also exhibited acute signs of carbon plague.
How do you make carbon plague corn? How do you accidentally do that? Like, whoops, I slipped some bubonic plague into my Sprite. My bad. How does that happen? Alright, that's terrifying.
Yeah, right. So, the orders at the end were, the summary basically says, project was a failure, abject failure. All personnel assigned to this are to destroy all records and are to be reassigned. And it's got different facility assignments for different project groups. And Crash has added her own little addendum at the bottom here that just says Group 7 Echo was the one that Paradox appears to have belonged to at some point. His real name was in the file, and I only got it by cross-referencing it against something much more recent, which you'll see in the other one. His name is Sebastian Winters, and apparently he was pretty high up in the science chain at Biotechnica.
Hell yeah. And that's all for the old dossier?
That's the old dossier, was just this whole project breakdown that she snuck out.
Okay, let's read the new one then.
The new one is records from about a week ago from the NCPD database. And they appear to have gotten their hands on some of his past. And you get this because the rap sheet is pretty much all that's printed here. And the wanted list of crimes this guy's wanted for is domestic terrorism, theft of corporate property, assault on corporate transports, and each of these has like several dozen counts. Like this wasn't a one-time thing for any one of these. They are all like repeat offenses. And bounty for capture, dead or alive, of Sebastian Winters listed at 50,000 eddies.
Damn. That's a lot of eddies.
Yep. And they have his location listed as old combat zone, and the old combat zone, and then undefined. So they don't seem to know where within the district he is, but they know he's here. And now,
At least as of a week ago, they didn't.
4 guys just left after seeing his face too. So
Yeah.
sound like
Okay.
war drums beaten is what your head is just thinking this through, and you're like, fuck, okay, this is about to get really, really bad.
Yeah, that is really bad. I'm gonna pick the little part that's like the formula out and flick it over to Blue and be like, hey, what is this?
Yeah, so Blue, go ahead and roll me that chemistry check.
Blue's gonna look at it and go, in chemistry or science? Because I'm not seeing chemistry on the list.
I think because your science is chemistry, I believe, is what we did. So if you just roll science, that should be.
Oh,
Well, because you took chemistry, didn't you?
I can't remember. I can't see.
Let
it anymore.
me hold up, because I should.
Mark?
I imagine a chemist would have, because I've got a +2 in physics
I
for my
could have
science.
sworn you took chemistry, and I may just not have added it to your sheet. Do you have Blue's sheet on your end there?
I'm looking through everything here. Do you mean like my actual sheet?
Yeah, like you're the one you would have sent me originally to program Blue into the system.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I should still.
Because I could have sworn you took chemistry on there.
All I see is invention fabrication. Is it marked down over here? No, it is not.
It is not. Okay. So
I have nothing marked. We could, because that is canonical. I would have set that in.
yeah,
I guess I missed that.
if it's not in there, it's fine. You can still roll me a science check, and because you regularly pretty much deal with this sort of, not maybe this specifically, but like you do deal in chemical reacting pretty often, I'll give you a +2 to this. So roll science with a +2.
I'll just put the 2 + 1s on it. There it is.
Yeah, you should be able to just do additional mods and another 2 there. Okay. So the chemical reactive kind of, or like the chemistry of this isn't super clear to you. But you get a little bit of an idea of what this is. And essentially the chemical, the like biochemical workings of this would have it like rapidly mutate defenses against pesticides or like pests and other diseases and things like that. So like that is the sense you're getting from it, is that this was built to be like rapidly mutating whenever something new would kind of come in and threaten it.
So this wasn't meant to exactly be like super wheat. It was meant to evolve into super wheat at an accelerated rate, just learning to defend against its environment.
Yep. It was built to rapidly adapt is the kind of sense you get from just examining this.
That's crazy. So yeah, I'm just gonna relay that back, just to Carpet, just like how, like what it actually does. Like, why would they be having wheat that evolves on its own? Why wouldn't you just make it stronger from the start? What's happening with this? It's probably running wild.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, thinking ahead for the common good and mega corporations are antithetical to each other, so I'm not entirely surprised.
These things do not go together. They go together about as well as water and oil. It's not exactly a common thing.
Good to know. I appreciate that.
Yep.
I'm sure Matchlight will take a major interest in that in his next story.
Yeah.
Matchlight will run that thing through the goddamn spectrometer. He'll just be like, all right, what the fuck else can I glean from this?
Yeah. And then just to be safe, when I store the files on my agent, I want to run cryptography to try and encrypt them.
100%. Yep.
Okay, hello, Cyrus. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a decently strong lock you put on it.
Yeah, I mean, not going to stop Crash from getting it, but she already has it, so who gives a shit?
Yeah, exactly. Crash is working for you, so that's probably fine.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess if we're making a note of saving, I do want to note that I'm saving that formula.
Bet. All right. Yeah, the formula is like extremely complex. It's biochemistry, so it's like
super interesting.
yeah, but okay. So with that, anything else that any of you three want to do before we start wrapping IP and things like that?
We told the kids that Blades was all right, and then paid for the hospital. Yeah, I think we've done everything I need.
I'm chilling.
Okay. Cool. So you guys all get back to your various places of living. You crash out, and yeah, like I said, you kind of feel the war drums beating a little bit under your skin. You kind of know that whatever comes next here is absolutely not going to go well for you. And a little interesting note that you have is as you maybe check your screens and kind of filter down the last little bits of information before you fall asleep. There is a ping on each of your agents that just says, I think I found an article you might find interesting. And it simply says, Grant Young, aka Royal, proprietor and runner of Club Inferno, dead at 41. The article is from today.
Damn. I don't think Carpet really didn't work with him all that much.
You worked on this plan though to sabotage the NCPD.
Yeah. So to her, he was a fixer that paid her to do a job once. Like, oh,
Yep.
damn, that sucks.
But
Happens.
yeah, it happens. The interesting thing though is that the obituary says he died to a large caliber round. Cause of death was a large caliber round straight through the chest. So it's one of those things where you knew he had enemies, but I mean, he also kept a pretty strong security detail around him. So it's a curious little thing. That out of
To me, the
nowhere-
player, that's interesting. To Carpet, she's like, happens.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. So, with that said, you all kind of wind down. The thunder still echoing outside. And I'm going to award each of you... honestly, I want to award each of you ADIP because you guys honestly solved everything perfectly. Did a great job cultivating solutions, working together, even splitting the party there to ensure that Blades got the best treatment that she could. So yeah, ADIP for the group. And then each of you, I will say, honestly, 40 IP each, because each of you done an incredible job of role playing and really playing up your strengths and stuff. It's cool seeing this group grow into something more defined because you each are finding your stride in different ways, and all of you kind of are doing a really good job of kind of filling the shoes of each of your characters and like the role they play in the city. So it's fun to watch that happening. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
total of 120 IP to everybody.
How much IP is it to get to roll ability 6? I forget.
It'll be 360.
Oh, I'm so close.
Hell yeah.
I'm 40 away.
Almost there.
I shouldn't have pumped evasion. I probably would have been in the same boat. Damn.
I mean, it's all good. But yeah, that's going to be it. So any last minute things that you want to discuss before we call it for this week?
No.
Just
I think I'm
that
good.
it was an awesome session.
Yeah, this was a really, really good session.
Just a rules question. What is it per level for a skill?
It's 20 per the level, 20 times the level you're trying to buy for a regular skill, and double that for an X2 skill, or 60 times the rank you're trying to buy in your role. So yeah, that's the algorithm. So it's either basically you can think of it 20, 40, or 60 times the level of what you're buying, depending on what it is.
Okay, cool. I'm actually, before the session's up, I'm gonna bump shoulder arms up to level 7.
Ooh, hell yeah.
So that'll be what, 7 times 2, 140? Really? That's it?
Yeah.
Jeez, okay.
Yep. It's not an X2 skill, so that would be it. All right. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
All right. Cool. So, to all of you on YouTube, that's going to be it for us this week on Neon Inferno. Those of you who are here on Twitch, we do have our after game little hangout thing that at the very least I will join. Any one of the cast members who are here can also join and hang out for a little bit so we can all have a chat. I can answer questions about things, the session, etc. If you're on YouTube, you don't get that normally. We did it last week because it was our special for the anniversary. So I did you guys that solid. Now you have to come and visit us on Twitch. So if you're not here, sorry, you're not getting the next part of this. But for everyone on YouTube, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe, and until next week, peace.